Okay. So let me find Dr. Hong and our executive team. Dr. Hong, for some reason, I can't promote you to the panelists. Are you joining via the phone? I think Dr. Hong is going to rejoin. And we're waiting for Glenn Melendez is here. Perfect. There you go, Dr. Hong.
Yeah, sorry, it seems like it has some audio video problems.
It happens. It happens. No worries.
Good
Morning,
morning.
John. Morning, Glenn. How you doing?
Good morning.
Very good, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Glenn, are we waiting for more attendees from the executive team?
Anna said she would join. If she's not yet in the waiting area, I will ping her.
Okay.
And do you have folks like Terrence Slayton
Give me 1 second.
and the sponsors for each project?
Yes, sponsors, we're going to promote them with the team members, and they're going to
Gotcha.
introduce the team, and they're going to also be able to introduce themselves.
I will quickly ping Anna.
Thank you so much. And I'm looking for Terrence right now. Terrence, thank you for raising your hand. Appreciate you. That was helpful. Fantastic. Terrence, do you recognize the office?
Yes, I do. Morning,
We had-
morning, everyone.
We had to make it what we could make it.
Yes,
Creativity number one.
absolutely.
Yes.
It's worked out. Number of
Yes.
years, it's worked out.
Yes, yes. So we're just waiting for Anna, and then we can start our.
I just sent her a quick text. So maybe
Thank you.
just give it another 2 minutes or so, and then we'll get started.
Thank you, Glenn. So let me go through the housekeeping before I'm going to do the opening, so we can utilize this time. So after executive team going to introduce themselves, I'm going to do the opening. We're going to go through the presentations. Every team has 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for question answers. You can utilize 2 minutes for your question answers if the nature of the project needs more time. Please raise your hand when your time comes for your presentations. That's going to help me and Jessica to promote you from the attendees to the panelists. As soon as you're going to finish your presentations and you're going to finish answering question answers, we're going to move you from the panelists to attendees again, and we're going to promote another team from attendees to the panelists. Make sure that not only Capstone students raise your hand, but I also ask kindly sponsors to raise their hands. So that's going to help us to move quicker. My apologies. Okay. And also I want to let you know when it's going to come to security presentations. Terrence Slayton gonna share a few words with us. We're not gonna stream those presentations on a YouTube. We're not going live. So after lunch, those 4 presentations they're gonna just stay within the Zoom. We're not gonna share them on YouTube. Check.
Give me 1 second. Anna's texting back now.
Okay. Latisha, do we have a question?
No, I was just raising my hand as a sponsor.
Okay. So raise your hand when it comes the time, your time comes. Just look at the agenda.
Thanks.
We're gonna mention the team and then you're gonna raise your hand. Thank you.
Sorry, I got my COVID booster yesterday. I'm a little bit under the weather, so sneezing and coughing and all of that stuff.
So we are glad we are actually conducting this presentation on Zoom.
Okay.
Professor Martin, are you joining us from the lake?
No, unfortunately, I'm here in Swanee. I wish I was up at the lake, but no. My wife has to fly out on business, so I got to take her to the airport later today. I wish I was at the lake. And we will get there, Justin. We are going to get there.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Justina, can you see if Anna can be promoted?
Let me check. Anna, if you can, please raise your hand. They're going to help us.
Yeah, let me know when you see Anna being.
Yes, 1 second.
Mhm.
Perfect. I see Anna. Mhm.
And then we can go ahead and get started.
Okay. Okay. Should have Anna. And just promote her. Perfect. So good morning, everyone. I have an honor to welcome you to our Capstone student final presentations. Again, we are able to complete our program virtually, 90%. I welcome our executive team. I welcome our wonderful sponsors. We wouldn't be able to do this without you. I welcome our partners from Georgia State and also our students. Glenn Melendez gonna say a few words and welcome you to the final presentation.
Thank you, Justina, and welcome. We are so excited to see a day-long presentation of all that you've done and all the great work that you've done over the course of the semester. I will say this, and I've said it before, is this program is so meaningful to the county, and hopefully it is as meaningful to the county as it is to you and your careers. Hopefully there is, you've kind of taken a lot away from this. The one thing I say each semester is the program gets better and better, and it gets more and more competitive. And it's really as more of a tribute to the work that you do as students in the program. When we started the program several years ago, I will also say that we thought it would be helpful to the county, but we didn't realize just how helpful. I think in many ways, the program has taught me so much more than I had expected. And I just have great hopes and expectations for the future. For your careers, I think this is a great opportunity for you. You've kind of gotten a chance, hopefully, to see kind of the in terms of steering my career in the direction of IT. I did say final thoughts, and my final thoughts are, you're coming into a marketplace these days that is just such a competitive marketplace, and is really just competitive in a good way for students. I mean, jobs abound in the marketplace, and people who are entering the marketplace really have a great opportunity to be selective and really, truly, I guess, really kind of be selective in what they want to achieve in their career. And I think you have an opportunity really to kind of call your own shots, whereas in a more competitive marketplace, sometimes we're not always able to do that. So take advantage of it, take advantage of the program. I can't wait to see what you guys have for us today, and I'm looking forward to the day. I'm going to toss it back to Justina so she can kind of moderate the speakers who are up next.
Thank you, Glenn. Now we're going to welcome Anna Roach.
Good morning. My name is Anna Roach, and I am the county's Chief Operating Officer. I thought I had my video on. I'm not sure what happened, but that's okay, because I certainly don't need for you to see me to express how incredibly proud I am of this cohort. Glenn said some of the things I wanted to say, but one is worth reiterating. This marketplace, as the leader of the Chief Operating Officer of the Fulton County Government Organization, this marketplace for employees is highly competitive. And I'm sure you've heard the term, the Great Resignation by now. But by committing the work and time that it takes to complete a program like this, you put yourself at a competitive advantage, and you should be proud of the work that each and every one of you put into completing this program. I certainly am very proud. I view this as a way for Fulton County to attract talent as well, young, energetic, bright talent coming out of college. And so please understand that as you engage in these different projects, all executives have eyes on you. And so, again, just want to express how proud I am and how valuable this program is to our county, to our recruitment efforts, and to support existing efforts that we have. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Glenn, for allowing me to talk to this group. And thank you, Justina.
Thank you, Anna. I appreciate it. I'll just jump in and say, we are so privileged to have Anna Roach join us for opening remarks. Anna is instrumental in shaping the landscape of Fulton County, and the Atlanta metro area. She's a wonderful talent. She's my boss. I couldn't be more proud to work for Anna. And she's just an extraordinary leader in the community. And I just want to say thank you, Anna, for joining.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Glenn. Now I'm going to welcome Dr. Hong and Professor Martin.
Thank you, Justina. Many thanks for you for the whole semester and the countless hours you work with our students and mentor them to help them success. Also, on behalf of the department and the GSU, we want to thank Fulton County for the strong support all the way to the Anna and Glenn and all this high executive team, the leadership teams to sponsor the project for our students. It has been many years of partnership between GSU and Fulton County. Hundreds of our students has gone through the program and help them build a very successful career. And without the Fulton County support, there will be a huge loss for our students. And even given the job market, many of our students are not career ready. And you play an instrumental role to help our students to be ready for the job market, to be like a professional. I'm sure you're going to see the transformation in such a short amount of time. And in this semester, you kind of grow very fresh students, like still sitting in class, now being like a professional in this IT field. So many thanks for Fulton County and especially for Justina to do that. I'm going to pass out to Professor Martin for his comments.
Yes, thank you. Thank you all. I wanted to tell you, first of all, that maybe you know this, maybe you don't, but the Georgia State's program was ranked in the top 3 innovative programs in the country. And a big chunk of that has to do with this Capstone program. And a big chunk of that has to do with Fulton County. You guys have been wonderful partners. We always enjoy working with you. You couldn't be more collaborative, and you've given our students a wonderful chance to move forward in their career. So we owe a great bit of gratitude to Fulton County, and particularly to Justina for all the work that she's done in assembling this. And I know that it's we deal with these students every day, and Justina, bless you for working on that in a daily basis and getting to the other side. But it's amazing to see the progress that the students have gone through. And I gotta tell you, and if I haven't said this in the past, your program is by far the best program for our students, and they're always clamoring to get to go to Fulton County because of the program that you have built, which is a testament to what you guys have done there. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Martin, Dr. Hong, for your acknowledgement. And before we move to the presentations, I also want to acknowledge our assistant and the person that was very tremendous help with this program, Shanae Willis. She got promoted. She's moving to another job, but she really, really helped us with this program. The paperwork behind the scene that needs to be done for this program is tremendous. So I really want to acknowledge her and thank her very much. And we're wishing her the best in her new role. Thank you. So now we're going to move to the program. We're going to start with the first theme. So first theme on the agenda is a Trello theme. Please raise your hand. I have honor to welcome Angel Vo, Daniel Park, and Aditya Bachi. That's my team that have done tremendous work. I'm very proud of them. Aditya, I'm going to make you a co-host. You're going to be able to share your screen shortly.
Awesome. Thank you, Justina.
You're very welcome. It was a pleasure working with you guys. I'm very proud of you. You have done tremendous work.
Thank you.
I think Angel is on mute. There she goes.
Yes.
I was gonna say, I'm really excited to share what we have. We did some really incredible work, and
Yes,
it was
they
very
did.
meaningful too.
Awesome. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Awesome.
Good luck, guys, and make me proud.
Of course.
So our project is Trello Project Management, and this was a really fun and meaningful project because we were able to lead every team and also interact with all the sponsors. I'm Angel Vo, and my partners are Daniel Park and Aditya Bakshi. And Justina Grinhawk is our sponsor, of course. So we have this lovely Zoom photo here. We had to adapt to the changing times, of course. But this is our table of contents. This is a brief overview of everything we're going to discuss. And then moving right forward, please. Great, so the problem statement. So whenever we start this program, we talk to Justina and we analyze the requirements. And before the Capstone teams, they were all being tracked by a large Excel file and Google Sheets. And some of them had different locations, file names, and formats. And it required a lot of time and maintenance. So there was a high need for automation and integration, especially as the program was starting to grow. It was just too time consuming to go through line by line, column by column, and track week by week for every team. So this is our solution. Or actually, before I get into that, I just wanted to give an overview of who reports to who. Information asymmetry is a very big problem with IT, and a part of the problem is there's too many channels between each people to really consolidate what you need to do. So right now we have 40 intern teams, or 40 interns, 17 teams, and 23 sponsors. And all these people are reporting directly to Justina. We also have the management analyst and the program assistant, Jessica Allen, of course. So because of that, there's high risk for things to get slipped through the cracks or miscommunicated. And moving right forward, please. So whenever we analyzed our requirements, we figured there's 3 things that Justina really needed. She needed to condense and streamline communications, and then maximize her time and decrease rework so that we don't lose any data, and then to integrate all the data with automated reporting so that we can contribute to the existing database. So this is our solution. We figured that we would use Trello. It's developed by Atlassian so that we can provide some structured tracking. And then we'll also name everything very consistently so that there's no more data loss. And then I actually personally coordinated training with every Trello team on how to use it, and also some sponsors as well. So our project goals, whenever we thought about what we wanted to achieve with this, we thought about 6 main things that we wanted to aim for. So we wanted to aim for productivity so that the program be successful. We wanted to save Justina and Jessica a lot of time, of course. And then we also wanted each team to practice efficiency, being efficient, working smarter, not harder, and then being organized, And lastly, we want to document everything, contribute to the existing database. As far as the demonstration goes, we want to offer guidance to every team and evaluate how Trello is being used. And I'll pass this on to Daniel, please.
Thanks, Angel. So in order for us to be successful, we had to create a strong project plan. And so I kind of want to do an overview on that. So we came across 5 different steps to make it in an organized way. So we started with initiation, planning, launch, and then execution, monitoring and control, and then lastly, project closure. So I'll start with initiation. So we wanted to define our project goals and create a project plan to show how our project scope was and everything. And then for the planning phase, we defined our team roles, define what we're each doing, figure out the deadlines for what we're turning in, communication plan so that we were communicating and so that we knew what was going on, and then milestones to figure out what was due when. And so for the launch phase, we did one-on-one meetings with everyone to help everyone out, and then exported Trello data and created status reports each week. And for the monitoring phase, we maintained efficiency and had quality of deliverables so that Justina knew what was going on and made sure our team performance was up to par. And so for project closure, we had a retrospective meeting and had a bunch of final documentations. And lastly, we want to celebrate because we think we did really well throughout the semester with Justina. Next slide, please. And so this is kind of like the summary of how we went about. So the first thing I want to talk about is team coordination. So we figured out our requirements analysis and made sure everyone knew what everyone was doing throughout the semester. And so we're mainly doing a lot of data collecting. So we split up into 2 different ways. So like one was exploring Trello data, and then Angel was working on the survey user satisfaction through Qualtrics. And so with that, we processed the data, and for the Trello data, we parsed new data and reviewed the existing data and contributed to the database by updating and publishing everything. And for Angel, she analyzed the metrics and interpreted some insight on it. Next slide, please. And so some of our major tasks, we kind of wanted to divide into some smaller subtasks, so I kind of give an overview of what our project was really about. So to begin with, we developed this structured project plan to solve the problem, which was to help the Fulton County implement Trello among all the students. And we strategized that by delegating tasks among us and deliverables so that we could efficiently implement this in smaller ways. And so we coordinated this by organizing a bunch of meetings, as Angel said, one-on-one meetings with the trainer, with all the sponsors, all the different team leads and everything, and students. And so by the end, which is now, we created a bunch of documents for training practice guides. So hopefully for the next semester, they will have something to look off of. Next slide, please. And so this is some data visualization, and this is the general dashboard of Tableau, on Tableau. So as you can see in the top, you can see the distribution of demographics. And as you can see, we're a very diverse group. And there are a lot of males compared to females, but that's no problem. And a lot of the students that are in this Capstone program are from Georgia State, which is like around 95%. Next slide, please. And so this is another important visualization I saw on the general dashboard, which because there's so many. And so as I was updating all the jobs, Excel files and everything, and looking up some of the previous students' jobs after they graduated, you can see from all these, like some of the companies that they're getting into, you can see some General Motors and everything. And so everyone's getting a nice job after using, being employed in this Capstone class. And so you can see some of the average salaries, you can see how it's going up and all of the above. And I will pass it on to Aditya.
Thank you, Daniel. So there are a couple of challenges that we faced when we were doing this project. And the first challenge I found was that with exporting data. So when we were trying to export data into JSON, we realized that there are definitely a couple of corrupted areas in that. And we realized, okay, this is not tenable. We'll not be able to work through this. So we had to contact Trello support. And even though it took a couple of weeks, we heard back by them by Thanksgiving break, and they gave us a free trial of Trello Premium, where we were able to convert that data into a CSV file. Secondly, another challenge we had was engagement, people enjoying using tools that are familiar with them. And so while we had a couple of challenges trying to coordinate all the groups together, coordinate a couple of sponsors together to help them teach what Trello is, We were able to schedule a bunch of working sessions and help them stay familiar, help them stay in constant communication, because that's how we want to get the best out of everybody. And lastly, ambiguity. So when we first started this project, we definitely were a little bit confused on what exactly we needed to do. And so we didn't really have a strategy. We kind of fell behind on the project plan. And I know the professors are looking at this and smiling, because after a couple of conversations with them, we were able to clear up on what exactly we needed to do in terms of our project plan and how we're going to execute this project. And yeah, we went through project plan revisions, and we clearly stated each of our roles on what exactly we're going to do and our responsibilities in detail. So I went ahead and created a couple of graphs using Tableau, and this is the very first graph in terms of program metrics. So for each of this is a card ID and kind of the activity date that we have from October 30th all the way to December 1st. And as you'll see, there are a lot of cards that are in progress, and you'll see a couple of milestones, sponsors, and this is kind of the way that will be organized to keep a lot of the program metrics around. And secondly, the Trello usage. So this is the graph where for each respective team, we were able to keep track of how much Trello was used. And we could say we did a pretty good job. With a couple of teams, there were definitely a couple of challenges, but overall, I would say we did a fantastic job being able to complete and update our Trello cards on a weekly basis. And final outcome. So how do we quantify our success? So first we did data loss reduction. We were able to secure existing and new data. And even though that was a challenge, we were able to completely do that. Documented guidelines. So we were able to easily understand our references for future interns, as we see with a couple of guidelines and a couple of instructions set for the future Capstone programs. With the new survey data, we were able to record an impact on what exactly was going on in the Capstone program and how we can compare that to some of the previous Capstone interns as well, and timeliness. We were able to finally provide that quality solution, and that's how we were able to satisfy everybody and for us call this project a success. So lastly, with our key project takeaways, there was a lot of things we learned throughout this program, and there was a lot to take away throughout this semester. First, it was working as a team. So when we came into this semester, me, Angel, and Daniel, we didn't really know each other. We had to get very familiar with each other. And that's one of the big challenges, especially we'll see in the workplace, is that getting familiar with people you don't know and working together as a team. Presenting at a high level. So when we presented every week to Justina, I had confidence that each of us were getting better and better each week when we were presenting. And that's something that I will always take away, especially for our future endeavors. New technological skills. So there are a couple of different platforms that we were able to learn this coming in, and I didn't know how to use some of them, such as Tableau. We've used Zapier, and getting more familiar with Microsoft Teams as well. Workforce preparation. So during this project, there were a lot of different skills that we worked with that will help us prepare for the workforce, because I know all of us are graduating soon. We're looking for jobs, and these kind of skills and this kind of project we did throughout the semester will really help us prepare for the workforce. And career planning. With the different events that Fulton County hosted, we were able to take a lot away from the different people we met and the different people and the networking events that we went to. We were able to plan a lot for a career while balancing out this project. And team reflection. We had a couple of individual lessons learned. So with Angel, she was able to learn a lot about analysis and improve her public speaking abilities while also learning how to distribute a survey using Qualtrics. With Daniel, he was able to learn Tableau. He learned a lot about teamwork and how to use Trello. And over time, I'd say I'm very proud of him because he was able to improve his public speaking and presenting, coordinate meetings, and also creating a detailed project plan, which was very important for our project to be a success. And for myself, I learned a lot about Tableau. When I got the Fulton County computer at the first time, I had a tiny bit of experience with Tableau, but after doing this project, I have a lot more familiarity with Tableau and being able to create these charts and graphs that I was able to present to you guys. I learned a lot about teamwork myself, And not only that, but also improve my public speaking skills. Any questions, any comments? Thank you so much for coming to our presentation.
Thank you.
Justina, can I jump in?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
So first, your presentation skills as a team are extraordinary. Very good presentation and very good public speaking. So if that was an area of development, we wouldn't have known it because you guys presented extremely well. The only feedback I will give, and it's minor, is as IT professionals, we often tend to jump to the solution that we're trying to implement. And sometimes that solution can be rather technical, and your business counterparts aren't always, they're not with you yet. You haven't brought them along for the journey of the problem that you're trying to solve. And I think a little of that happened in the beginning where, we framed briefly the business problem, but you really didn't give the audience an appreciation for really the challenge from a business perspective that you were trying to solve for. It's interesting, like halfway through your slides, you there's a icon that you had about ambiguity. And I did see it in the beginning, because in the beginning, you didn't make me appreciate what you were trying to solve for. As you got into the presentation and you started to talk about the solution, I deduced the problems that you were trying to solve for, but you never really hit that home. And I think that will be a strong, if you take that away from this presentation, that'll be a strong learning, because as you enter the workforce and you get more and more technical and you have more and more technical solutions, you'll have to be able to work with your counterparts on the business side who really control usually more of the funding for your projects and the things you do, so that you have to take them along for the journey and make them appreciate why they want to invest in these tools, and they're very expensive and people don't know what they do in the first place, and they don't really have the appreciation that you do for them. So bring your audience along with you, make them appreciate the business challenge. But I will say that your presentation skills are extraordinary. Your presentation itself, the physical document is very comprehensive, and you guys did a great job.
Thank you, Glenn.
As we're waiting for other questions, can you share the Trello board so everyone can see your business aspect?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Go ahead. Get to Trello.
Please raise your hand if you have a question for a team. Jessica, do we have any questions in the chat or QA?
I see a question in the QA, in the chat from Helena. She asks, how did you guys encourage users to be more active on Trello?
You want to go ahead and answer, Daniel? Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So I know it can get a little hectic throughout the capstone class, so you can get kind of disorganized. So we kind of try to implement that you could stay organized throughout the semester if you're able to use the Trello board, because you could constantly update what you're doing and have like a checklist of what you're doing, and to make sure your sponsors knew what was going on. So just the idea of organization.
Yeah, and I guess we definitely did have a challenge at the start of semester in terms of trying to get everybody. So we also had a couple of individual conversations, and we kind of had to tell them like, hey, we're using this Trello board not only for you, but for us as well, because we need this data for our project. Yeah.
Great. I think Dr. Honk has a question. I see his hand is raised. I'm not sure.
Yeah, what I want to comment is that this is an excellent example of what our students learned through the project. Right? I think Glenn said it very well to say, hey, technical people always jump to the technical solution without understand what the business want. And we actually teach those things in the classes repeatedly, but never stick to the mind until they actually get to the project and now deal with the real business problem. They're running into those issues. So that's what they learn. I mean, this Capstone project can help them to be career ready. Thanks for the, one more comments, I should say questions. I saw the dashboard, this is a wonderful data. I wonder if we can kind of get a screenshot and share with our Capstone classes in the future, so the students can see what's the value they get out of this Capstone projects. I guess this is a question for Justina or maybe for Glenn, if this is shareable.
Some of the information we're going to be able to share, but some of the projects, there are cybersecurity projects, we won't be able to share all the details, Dr. Hong.
No, I was looking at the dashboard to say when the people went through the program and how that helped them for their careers. So that, I think just one screenshot of the dashboard.
Yes, we have a training document for the future Capstone team, and that will be a tremendous help, I think, for your.
Yeah, I think he's just asking for a screenshot of the dashboard because it's such a nice dashboard, and it really, the security piece is just another piece of this. This is just the progress of the students. That's what he's looking for.
Yeah, great.
I don't think that's a problem. That's not an issue.
Awesome. Okay.
Appreciate. Thanks.
Yes, definitely. So once again,
yes, should I go ahead and pull up the dashboard right now?
The one from Tableau?
Yeah. Or like the one in our presentation. Should I go ahead and pull that up right now? So we could, if he wants to take the screenshot right now, or do we?
No, we can do this later. We need to continue, but I appreciate you, Aditya. Thank you so much. But I really want to thank this team. This program is growing tremendously. I was maintaining Excel spreadsheet and maintaining everything for each individual team, but right now we have 17 teams and we have teams from different universities. So in order to maintain this program in a manner that is sufficient for me and for the team and our sponsors, this tool is tremendous help. So thank you so much. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
And I'm wishing you all the best. You guys are gonna do great. And Angel had to drop off because at 10:30 she had an interview. So
nice.
We're wishing her good luck. So we're gonna move to the next team. So Jessica, if you can remove the team from the panelists to attendees. And next team is iPad customer service for senior services and customer service. And this team is very specific. It's a different team than the other teams. That particular team had to actually come to the building. It was a very hands-on experience. We had to go to different senior services locations, set up those iPads. We collaborated very closely with senior services team. And I wanna thank very much Leticia, our director from senior services and her team, Milrinette, Kendra, Bimal, Sonia, everyone was so helpful and so supportive. And of course, our director from customer service, Bridget Bailey. So if everyone from this team can raise your hand, we will appreciate you so we can promote you to the panelists. So Chandler, Jonathan, and Justin, please raise your hand.
I believe we're all here.
So Jonathan, are you going to, and also Leticia, if you're on the call, if you can raise your hand as well. Chandler, I'm going to promote you to a co-host.
Okay. Perfect. You want me to share the slides?
Jonah, is Chandler or you're going to share the slides?
I think either one of us could.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and share them if you want, Jonathan.
Okay, yeah, I'll do it then.
Mhm.
I don't
Perfect.
have, I don't have
Chandler,
Mm-hmm.
get ready.
I'm gonna share them.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay.
have the permission right now though.
Okay. I'll just share.
Okay. Oh, there we go. I can do it now, Chan.
Okay.
So welcome everybody. This is the final presentation for the iPad configuration for customer and senior services. The team consists of myself, Jonathan, Chandler, and Justin. So the purpose and goal of our project was to set up iPads and surveys at test locations around Fulton County, and then gather data in order to improve the surveys and iPad setup process for when all 44 iPads are going to be distributed to 22 senior service centers across Fulton County. The first survey that we built was the COVID screening survey, and we built this survey due to the current pandemic. It is an important tool that we use to help identify if someone could possibly have COVID, and so then we could stop them from entering the building. And having this information and tool help keep seniors and staff at the senior service centers safe. The second survey that we worked on is the customer service survey. And this survey is used to measure if seniors are enjoying their experience at the senior centers that they go to. This survey will provide data on the seniors' experience, whether they like the services that were provided or not. And it will provide details on what the seniors were not pleased about or what could be improved. And so these initial surveys were set up on 6 iPads and sent to 3 beta testing locations. And these testing locations were the Bowden, Mills, and Darnell centers. And we chose these due to their large size and high amount of daily traffic. And this meant that a lot of people would get to use these surveys, which in turn would give us a good amount of data and feedback on what we could do to improve the survey. So as of right now, we've had 2,054 responses across these 3 testing locations, with Bowden leading the way at 1,099, Mills at 752, and Darnell lagging a little behind with 203. And right here we can see the growth that each of these facilities have had throughout the weeks. So we started 4 weeks ago on November 8th when we went to the Bowden and Mills locations and set up these iPads and COVID screening surveys. And then the purple bar for Darnell is actually the November 15th is when we went to Darnell and set up the survey there. And so at Bowden and Mills, we can see a big spike the second full week that they were implemented. And then we see a little bit of a drop off with the middle blue bar because that's the week of Thanksgiving. So we only got 3 days of responses. And then the green bar, it spikes back up and sets a new all-time high at Mills. And then the final bar, the orange bar, is the week that we're currently in. So we only had 2 days of responses there, but we're fully expecting to possibly set new all-time highs at Bowden and Mills when we get the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday responses from this week, like we were seeing with Darnell. We're seeing more engagement at the Darnell location these past 2 weeks. So when setting up these iPads, we needed to have a broadband connection set up and whitelist each of the iPads so that only our iPads would be able to access the connection. And to do this, we gathered and documented the MAC IDs, which are the unique identifiers for each device. And then we sent this documentation to Gary Harmon and the rest of the networking team. And with this information, they were able to set up the broadband connection for the 3 testing locations. And we were able to get these devices connected. When choosing locations to beta test the iPads and surveys, like I said before, we chose the Bowden and Mills and Darnell Senior Centers due to their large amount of daily traffic. And at these locations, we were to meet with a bunch of the staff and seniors who were able to provide a lot of good feedback on what we could do to improve the survey. And so when we first went to the Mills location, we actually spent about 3 to 4 hours talking to the staff on how to make updates to the survey and how we could improve it. And we got to talk to a lot of seniors during that time too, and just get their feedback on what they were looking for and what would make it easier for them, because ultimately having the survey be beneficial for the seniors is the most important part. And we also got to have weekly meetings with senior service staff like Sonia and Mo Renette, and directors for senior services over Zoom. And in these meetings, we got even more feedback on bugs that popped up during each week, and just different items that could be improved. And so thanks to this data and feedback that we obtained, we were able to optimize the COVID survey, the survey reporting that the staff gets, and the text messaging that we'll talk about in a little bit. And now I'm going to throw it over to Justin to talk about some of the updates that were made.
Thanks, Jonathan. While building the COVID screening survey, there's a lot of factors we have to think about, like the font sizes, the questions, what the outcomes there would be, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Fortunately, we created a survey that was easy to read for the seniors because we made the font size big enough to where it was easy enough to see and read the question. And instead of creating one long page of questions, we broke it up into pages so that it is easier to answer the questions instead of having the seniors scroll through a long page trying to read each question. For the questions, we made it to where it was simple enough to read and understand for anybody. And for the survey, we thought of 2 outcomes for the COVID survey, which was a green check mark, which means you were able to enter the building, and then another outcome where it was a big red stop sign, which means that you were not able to enter the building. Then lastly, we added a feature to the survey where it auto refreshes once the survey is completed, and it auto refreshes after 1 minute. On to the next slide. There's a way we thought of improving the security for the survey, which was guided access. Guided access is a setting in the device where it allows the screen to be locked so that no one can mess with it. And you can also put a passcode on it if you would like. It is a feature, it is an easy feature to be added on any device, and it's easy to use. We added this feature for the survey so that no one can mess with the survey and mess it up. And to use guided access, all you have to do is triple click the home button. On the survey, we use guided access to cover the search bar so that no one can change the website or anything. And with guided access covering the search bar, that means that the auto refresh feature is required for the survey. For the COVID screening survey, we created a daily and weekly report showing the respondents' answers. And on these reports, we included all the questions that would indicate that you could potentially have COVID if you answered yes to any of them. And as you can see from the report, there has been 43 respondents on Tuesday, and none of them are experiencing any kind of COVID symptoms. On to the next slide. Also for the COVID screening survey, we set up a text messaging system to where it texts the employees of that specific area if a person taking the survey could potentially have COVID. So first off, the user takes the survey, then if one of their answers indicate that they have COVID, then a trigger goes off, sending the employees a text message showing the answers of the user that could potentially have COVID. On to the next slide. The customer service survey is there for the seniors and other people to give their feedback on the Fulton County faculties to see how they're doing. There are 4 options, which are excellent, good, satisfactory, or unsatisfied. And if the user selects satisfactory or unsatisfied, then a text box will appear asking the user what could be improved to help make the experience better. For the reporting of the customer service survey, we made it to where it will be sent to locations based on an IP address, and it is unique to each location. The reports also have a visualization of the responses, which makes it easier to interpret, as you can see on the right. And it also shows the user's suggestions for improvement. Now I'm going to pass on to Chandler.
Thank you, Justin. And then so throughout this project, we actually did decide to implement several displays and flyers to go along with this implementation that we were setting up. So on the right, you can actually see the do not enter display. And this was posted at the very front of the building, of the senior center building. And this was actually drafted up by Jessica Fowler, and she did a great job on this. And it basically just exemplifies what you need to do when you get to the building. You just need to complete the COVID survey screening before you enter. And I believe it's very eye-catching, and basically provides the QR code as well, so that if you do know how to use the QR code, you're able to just stop right there and get the code, and you'll have the survey done by the time you get through the door. And then we also did make 2 flyers just to cover all of our bases and make sure every senior did have the opportunity to learn how to use a QR code. And so we had 2 versions of the same exact flyer, one for iOS and one for Android. And with the design language of these flyers, we wanted to make them very, very similar in nature, so that when you're looking at one flyer, it basically kind of mirrors the other flyer. So regardless of an iPhone or an Android, whichever senior, whatever device the senior actually had, they're able to use these directions, and maybe even help another senior if they're confused on how to do it as well, because of course the directions inherently are the exact same. But so these flyers are placed all around the building, and especially at the entrance of the senior centers. And basically they just demonstrate how to actually obtain the COVID screening survey via a QR code. And this is a great alternative just in case there happens to be a line at the centers for the iPads, just so we can keep everything moving. Or if of course, it's actually cleaner as well to use your own device instead of the iPad stand, because those are going to be out there every day. They're going to be cleaned regularly, but just for anybody that wants to use their own device, this is a great option to have for them. And then we made 2 other flyers as well. We made these later on in the project, and these were actually created because there was a need that arose, because some seniors actually were so they actually did like the QR code so much that they wanted it even simpler. And so with that, there is a little bit more steps that has to be taken in place, but that's why these flyers were provided, and they outline exactly how you can actually make the survey an app shortcut on your home screen. So whenever you get into the parking lot, you could actually just press on your homepage, you can press the app, do the survey, and before you even walk up to the building, you can be signed in. And this is a great option for regulars or people that know they're going to be going there often. And the setup, of course, the design language is the same. We wanted the flyers to mirror each other. So each step is essentially the same. On iOS, you just open Safari and press the share button, and then you just add it to home screen. And on Android, the same feat can be accomplished just by using the Chrome app. So I thought that was really neat that we're able to provide that to both iOS and Android users. And throughout this project, we also learned several lessons. The first one being teamwork. Everybody at the senior centers was very, very helpful with the teamwork piece of this. There was never a moment throughout the project that we didn't know what was going on over at the senior center, or they had amazing feedback for us with the survey. That's how we came to the revelation that we needed to add bigger font sizes, and that there was some bugs where we actually had like an empty option that you could click to get through some pages. All these tips that they gave us helped us out a lot in actually getting the niche, like minute details of the survey down. And it was very helpful from the senior services team to partner with us for that. And then another thing we learned was resiliency. There was a few complications that arise during the project, but of course, one of the main takeaways from that is that you can't let anything stop you. If you do, that's the only time the project really will be dead, is if you let something kill the project. But basically, we learned just to be as flexible as possible, just follow Justine's example, and whenever something did arise, we just figured out what can be done to get around that, not why did this happen to us, like for us, just what can we do next. And also throughout this project, there was a tremendous amount of planning. I thought it was amazing how by the very first time we actually got to the test site to implement the survey solution, we already had everything set up. The iPad stands were there. We didn't have to carry the stands. We just walked in, and it was pretty much plug and play from there. And we just had to teach at that point, just plugged it up and just teach exactly how it's going to be run. So that was very neat to see just how clean everything can be when you plan ahead. And the last major lesson we learned was just communication. We had 2 very big helps during this project, being Justina and our project sponsor, Chris Phillips. At no point did we ever not know what was going on. They kept us on the inside, and they really made us feel like we were a part of Fulton County. And we all really appreciate them for communicating with us, and we never felt in the dark at any moment. And the last overarching kind of lesson we learned was just the project management piece, and these all come together. All 4 of these lessons kind of come into project management and helped us get this project to the point it's at now. And we have some next steps that the next year's Capstone students will actually take up and helm for this project. The remaining iPads need to be distributed that are going to go to the locations that aren't the test pilot locations. And we still need to keep taking that details we get from the senior services and keep upgrading the survey reporting just to optimize it even more, because it always can be optimized. Every day is different. And we also need to look into implementing the offline mode for surveys. When I talk about resiliency, offline mode is one thing we did run into that we had to bounce back from and keep moving forward. So that is something that next year's team will have the opportunity to look at and hopefully try and implement into the actual solution. And then lastly, iPad management software. Apple recently came out with an iPad management software where you can kind of consolidate your business iOS devices, and it provides tracking and some other neat features that would be great to look into, and it'd be a cool service for the next team to take part in also. And lastly, we just wanted to say thank you for this experience. These are some pictures that we got while we were going out through this project. We have us setting up and configuring all the iPads, and the middle ones from actually being at the test site and setting up these surveys. And then we just have another picture with the iPad stands and everything being set up at the site. And we wanted to give a very special thanks to everybody that helped us out on this project. Mostly the senior services team like Sonia Foster, Renette Nelson, and of course BMO as well, and Gary Harmon and the entire network team were a huge, tremendous help on whitelisting those iPads, and also being in the IT realm as well. They gave us tons of information just on what to do with our future and where to go from here and take this experience with everything that it gave to us. And also, of course, we want to thank Chris Phillips, our sponsor, for always being there for us. He did as much work as we did on this project, but we really appreciate that. And of course, Justina too. And then lastly, just open it up for any questions about this project.
Hey, Glenn, I've got a couple of questions. If you let me skip the line, because I have to run to another meeting.
Anna, do you want to ask a question?
Yeah, sure.
Good.
So I have 2 questions. The first is, thank you for working with our senior team. It's one of my favorite groups to provide service to in the county. So I appreciate the work that you all did on that. But as you worked with them as a vulnerable population, did you stay at the technical level, or did you get an opportunity to interact with any of the seniors? That's my first question. And then my second question for anyone on the team is, how much did you enjoy doing this? You know, we hear a lot about what you've learned from the experience, but I haven't heard anybody said that they enjoyed it. So did you enjoy it? And would you, when you conclude your education, consider working in public service? Any of you?
I'll go first, but I definitely did enjoy the project. It was very fast paced, which I did kind of like, because I like things being fast paced, and it is fun when things are thrown at you and you're like, we got to do this, we got to work together. And it was fun, kind of brought that camaraderie together when we did face adversity and overcame it as a team, which was really fun to see. And I did enjoy that. And working with the seniors, we actually did get to drop down to that level a little bit when we were at the test locations. There was some seniors there that are close with the staff, and they were right there with us while we were setting it up, and we were showing them the screens, and they're like, oh yeah, I can see that, that looks good. And we were just, okay, perfect. Like, so straight from the horse's mouth, we were trying to get that survey optimized.
Oh, and that's great. I love that. I absolutely love that. Thank you for sharing.
Yeah, no, I also really enjoyed this project because we got to go to those locations and actually see and interact with the people that this project is going to be benefiting. So.
Yeah, I enjoyed it as well, because like we got to interact with a lot of people. We met a lot of new people too, and yeah, the whole experience was just very enjoyable for me.
That's awesome, guys.
Justina,
I was just going to say, so she also asked, would you consider working in the public sector? So I'm curious as to your responses to that.
I'm always open. I think it was a great experience. I think I definitely would consider it because we can just see the lives that we're impacting. So
Yeah, I'm the same way. I do like the fact that you can see where the project is actually going to help people, and just being so close to home, living in Fulton County, I do think that is very interesting, and I wouldn't be opposed to it either.
Yeah, I'd be open to it as well.
That's terrific. Thank you all for your responses.
Yeah, I think Anna asked a wonderful question, which is we have heard repeatedly from students doing such a project. I mean, they have before they do the project, they have the perception it's a very boring work for the public sector. But after the project, they all come back and say the work they did is meaningful, which means just as things that actually affect the citizens of the residents of the city or for the county and for the projects. So that kind of a change their view about the work. Thanks for offering them this opportunity.
Absolutely. We love to have them. Thank you all.
Just to kind of add on to what Dr. Hung, I spent many years in the private sector and a number of years in the public sector. And I found the public sector way more personally rewarding because you do see the impact day in, day out on people. You may not necessarily see that ever working in IT in a large institution. You're doing this, you're one little piece of something that fits into something that fits into something, and you never get to see the grand scheme of things. But I have found that not to be the case in the public sector. Honestly, I wish, although I spent 25 years in the private sector, I wish I'd have gone to the public sector sooner.
Justina, could I make a comment as well?
Yes, actually, I was asking and I was waiting for the senior services to speak up.
I cannot contain my excitement. The project team did a fantastic job, and I'm very proud of Justin, Jonathan, and Chandler. First, the level of professionalism is to be commended, but your future is bright. And the vision that I have for the team, and they've embraced it and they take it, as innovation, scale, and collaboration. And for you to bring your learning, your willingness to create a solution for senior services just helps us to innovate what's needed in the department. COVID brought a problem, but it also presented so many opportunities for figuring out how we can keep our seniors safe. And to echo our nurse, Milrenette Nelson, this project team took the ideas of senior services way beyond what we could ever imagine. So on behalf of the senior services team, I want to express my gratitude and thanks to this project team. And Justina, thank you so much for the vision. And Glenn, thank you for having this internship opportunity for students.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ladisa.
thank you.
Anybody else from senior services?
Words also?
Yes,
Bimo,
go ahead.
this is Bimo. I'd like to thank again all the students for the quick work and response, because I was noticed at Senior Center, we came up with a problem and within a few minutes they fixed it right away, like the bigger fonts or breaking down the pages and the response. So thank you for your quick response, and it was good working with you, and good luck in your future endeavors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Justina.
Yes, go ahead.
I just really want to just echo what everyone else has said, but just give my gratitude, and I'm just very thankful to have the students here with us. And I could truly see their enthusiasm as we were working not only with the equipment, but with the seniors as we were at meals and some of the other locations as they were loading the iPads up and just making sure that everything was functional prior to leaving. And you all do have a very bright future. And please take everything that you all have learned here. And I just wish you all a great future. And like I said, I know you'll do well, and I wish you well in your future endeavors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really appreciate that.
Thank you so much, everyone. Once again, I want to thank everyone that participated in this project. I wouldn't be able to accomplish this endeavor without you. When Ladisa and Bridget came to me and they said like, wow, we need to deploy 44 iPads. I'm like, wow, how can I do this? So we turned this project into the Capstone project, and it's turned out wonderful. Thanks again. Thank you to the network team. And I wish you guys all the best. You made me very, very proud.
Thank you. It was great. This whole experience was great.
Lots of driving, lots of moving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When you guys came to the office and you guys have seen it, 44 iPads, like, wow.
Yeah, that was a lot.
So, but we did it. Yes, Chris, go ahead. Wonderful. Thank you, Chris, and thank you for your participation as well in this project.
Chris.
Wonderful. Thank you, everyone. We're going to move to the next team. Jessica, if you can move them to attendees, and I'm going to promote next team. Next team is a service level agreement. And if you can raise your hand, we're going to promote you to the panelists. Cordell, are you going to present?
Yes, ma'am. Give me one second.
Okay, I'm going to make you a co-host. Do we have a Shaquita on the call? I know she wasn't feeling well in a couple of days, so.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's disabled. Let's try.
Jessica, can you see if we have Shaquita on the call?
We're ready.
Give me one second, I'm just looking if. Michelle, do you want to say a few words on behalf? Okay, there you go. Perfect, I see you. Michelle, I just promote you to the panelists. So I know Shaquita wasn't feeling well, but she was our sponsor for this project, and she was the sponsor for the first time, and she did an amazing job with the students. I know she's very proud of them.
Hi, everyone. I'm actually just sitting in for Shaquita, so yeah, she wanted to tell the members congratulations and great job on what you accomplished during this project. And she's definitely out sick today, so she would have wanted to be here to see the presentation, but she will be able to watch it via recording, right? As far as I know, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes.
Okay, well, you can go ahead with your presentation. It's great. Actually, I heard it yesterday.
Are you guys ready?
Yes, yes. Thank you all so
Okay,
much.
good luck.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Cordell Mincy.
Hi, my name is Mariama Berry.
And I'm Dean Sirojadinov.
And we are the SLA team. So as some of you may know, Fulton County has over 45 plus different departments that partner with the IT department so that certain IT services are handled using tickets, such as PC repair, password reset, network outages, etc. So the goal for our project was to improve Fulton County's ticketing service system, which is Remedy Force, as it relates to service level agreements, due dates, and categories. So tickets have not populated accurate due dates for certain IT services, which can negatively impact the business. So what are SLAs and due dates? Service level agreements is a contract commitment between a service provider and a client. Due dates is the date and time a service will be available for the customer. So Fulton County continuously makes the effort to improve the IT service management every year. The improvement effort for our project required us to focus on SLA due dates and categories. So why do SLAs need to be updated? So the matrix you see on your right-hand side was originally created by the original staff. So there has been a lot of staff changes, as well as impacts and urgencies could have been applied wrong during the original making of the matrix, as well as inaccurate SLAs. So this was our timeline. So we started off on 9/15, meeting our sponsors. We then went over into 9/28, we're developing the scope. And from 9/29 all the way up to November the 21st, we started doing working sessions and getting an understanding of how we need to move things along. From 11/22 to November the 29th, we met with the division managers so we can present to them our findings. And today we're doing the final presentation, forgive me. So how are due date populated in Remedy Force? So here's an example of what Remedy Force looks like. Above is how we create the tickets, or how they will create the tickets. It'd be a client ID, which is your name, the queue, incident source, categories, and description of what the problem is. Below is the automatically populated impacts and urgencies. So due dates. You type in high, low, medium, high, as far as the impacts and urgencies. And with those, it automatically populates below it an open date and a due date for that. So in order for us to go into all of this, we had to reel it back and have an understanding of what the system was working with. And we had to learn what ITSM and ITIL was. So ITSM, Information Technology Service Management is a strategic approach to managing IT organizations. An ITIL, Information Technology Infrastructure Library, is a framework or is a set of ITSM practices. And now I'd like to pass it off to Mariama Berry for the project scope.
All right, thank you, Cordell. So the scope of our project pretty much required us to first understand service level agreements, ITSM, as well as metrics, mainly pertaining to due dates. We then had to review the SLA matrix and categories that were stored in Remedyforce. We then created a communication plan / workflow for the division managers. We then presented to the division managers on the importance of updating SLAs as well as how it can impact the business if it's inaccurate. We then proceeded to send emails to division managers with an attached copy of the Remedyforce spreadsheet for review, for an update and a submission deadline. Lastly, we had to verify submissions, and there was a vendor named RightStar who imported the data. All right, so pretty much on this slide, this is just a snapshot of the Remedyforce Excel sheet. This is where the data is initially stored before it is imported into the Remedyforce ticketing system. And each division typically has their own service that they are responsible for. So on the screen, you can see the different categories. You have the parent category, you have the subcategory, you have the support person and the support queue, as well as the impact and urgency. Again, though, that is what populates the due dates. So what needed to be done? So on this slide here, as far as what needed to be done, we sent a spreadsheet to the division managers, and we asked them to work with their respective teams to properly update categories and SLAs as needed. So for the category adjustment section, you can either add or delete a category. For the duration, that is where you can put the impact and urgency there, if it's high or low or medium. Sometimes the task or the service, it takes longer than what the SLA matrix provided. So you can put in the hours, days, or weeks if it takes a little longer. And then you also have the new support group and new support person as well, if there's any new team members in your area. So how did we prepare? We pretty much prepared by having weekly working sessions with our sponsors and other IT managers that helped us out. So after developing a scope, we had to understand the process of generating a ticket, which Cordell went over, and Remedyforce and what certain terms meant, such as categories, queues, and of course, impact and urgency. We also had exercises on who the division managers were and what areas they were responsible for. We then we had a final presentation for the division managers. And then we also created a communication plan for the meetings, which included an intro email, the actual meeting scheduling itself, and then a follow-up email that we had sent out. So as far as how the meetings with the division managers actually went, many of the managers were prepped weeks prior on what they can expect during the meetings. The meetings lasted it was 30 minutes, but we finished early most of the times due to there not being so many questions, because there was a clear understanding on what exactly we needed. And that was from November the 22nd through November the 29th. And then there was a submission deadline by December the 1st, but we got them sooner than that, which was great. And now I'll be passing it to Dean, who will be talking about discovery.
Oh, thank you, Mara. As was stated by my teammates, everything we came to this point was for us to discover things for us. First of all, of course, the discovery of our project was a continuous learning process, because now ITSM and SLAs were all new to us, and based off submissions they were received, which I'll cover later. we were able to have our discoveries, and we were able to learn and build our communication. So first, what was our discoveries was that the telco communications and GIS, which stands for Geographic Information Systems, had to be adjusted the most. The telecommunication are just multiple categories that were deleted and multiple changes in the impact and urgency. The impacts and urgencies had to be assessed, had to be discovered, and had to be updated. So GIS only adjustments were deleting and adding new categories, such as adding a water resource GIS viewer and deleting sidewell and city source. Those were the updates that had to be added. And also there were a lot of changes in procurement, specifically had a lot of support person changes. That kind of what we came with throughout our project. Next slide, please. So what are the outcomes of our semester-long project? So when we had received our submissions and of an update on our SLAs, our due dates for tickets now are accurate. There were some inaccuracies and some updates that need to be implemented. And after our working sessions, after our deadlines were met, now we have less ticket escalations. And we're really thankful that we were receiving all of those submissions that we actually communicated to our sponsors in a timely manner. They were extremely helpful. So we could improve our customer satisfaction due to less delay time. Next one. So, of course, our discovery was implemented in our project plan. Of course, there were many changes and many ways we had to maneuver and be flexible, and also because we had to define the scope. In some cases, the scope could be more obvious than in others. However, for us, it was mainly defining the scope was a very important part of our project. Of course, we started with introductions on our research method and SLA and how generally what it meant, what it stood for, the methodologies. Then, of course, we were presenting our findings, sharing it in a consultative approach. As we defined our scope, we understood that understanding SLAs, categories, and remedy force, which were actually the parts of the ticketing system that was in Fulton County, was of primary importance for us. Because we had to have them in order to them to be updated, in order for the ticketing system to be updated and the important information, important updates to be imported to that system. And defining scope, of course, was the main thing in actually kicking off that process. So, but of course, the majority of the time was also spent on creating those email templates for our sponsors, to interview each division manager and to build a communication channel with them, to get those requirements, to email those samples to them so that they can have those submissions by the specific allotted deadline that we've set up based on our pace and based on the availability of our supervisors and, of course, mainly our sponsors. And after our submission deadlines were successfully met, of course, again, thanks to our division managers and sponsors, we came to our closeout of our project, which was the data collection and with data collection and project closeouts and importing into the remedy force and having our final deliverables and presentations. So the next phase for us would be, since we have identified the due dates and we've imported the improvements on the categories and due dates to remedy force. Now, during initial stage of designing the scope of our project, we discovered that there, of course, there's a natural sequence that will follow, and of course, it will be followed in the next stage. But how we foresee it is that definitely they will be dealing with enterprise license agreements. Basically, it's discussed due to amount of time. It was not really possible for us to jump to that part. So, but of course, our phase was really important for the continuous improvement of the remedy force ticketing system, and everything we have defined will definitely be a stepping stone for the future progress in that specific area. In the end, we really want to thank our sponsors, it's Ms. Justina Greenhalgh and Chiquita Barneswell, for their wonderful insights, for their support throughout the semester, for their willingness to be there for us, to feel us part of that team, part of the broader Fulton County team and family, and we really appreciate that.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you. All right, any questions?
Please raise your hand when you have a question for the team, or put your question in the chat. If there is no question in the chat and nobody raised their hand, I'm going to ask a question. How was your experience to attend all those meetings with managers? How did you feel to play the role of a full-time employee?
It felt good. It was definitely us having the experience of okay, just the small changes and just making sure that we stay on top of things. It was worth every moment.
Yeah, and I agree with Cordell. As I mentioned earlier, many of the division managers were prepped already for those meetings. So it did end sooner than 30 minutes. It was about like 15 minutes to 20 minutes. So they were already aware of what was going on. So there were like less questions. So we feel as if what we presented was pretty clear in instructions.
I just want to add that I'm kind of really thankful for this project because actually our interaction with division managers and being in a setting, in a consultative setting, was very enriching experience because we were constantly learning new things and constantly new avenues were opening up for us, and it was a really incredible experience because our professor, he was just mentioning that the public service organizations, they could be very enriching because you see what you're doing, you see how it affects the broader organization, and that feeling, I think, is really what can drive like a student like us to be involved in those kind of things, to be involved in to be wanting to work in those settings.
And it's
so
a
we
difference.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, and it's a difference between like learning about starting a project from beginning to the end to experiencing like having to come up with the discovery, the scope, working through it, and then in the end, it's just making sense at the very end. It was worth every moment, like I said.
And I also have seen it when you guys have learned about ITSM and ITEL, when you guys understood the importance of the SAL, then you guys understood really the purpose of your project. You knew what is service level agreement, how important it is.
Yes, definitely.
So thank you very much. We appreciate you. Good luck. Great job, everyone.
And I just want to say thank you all for the additions and the upgrades and the updates to the Remedy Force. As a service desk manager, I work in the system every single day, and those changes help and will continue to help us provide a better service and quicker service to our users. So thank you, because I didn't have to do it. So great job.
We thank you as well, Nichelle.
Yeah, we're thankful. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Nichelle. Thank you for stepping in. We appreciate you.
Say thank you. She's very appreciative, and she hates that she missed the program, but good job. 2 thumbs up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now we're going to move to the next team. Thank you. We're going to welcome our website team, Sitecore team. We have Erna. Erna, are you going to present?
Yes, I'm going to present with Frederick, but I'll just go ahead. Yeah, I'll show the slides. Thank you.
You're showing the slides. Perfect.
It's telling me host disable participant screen sharing. So
you should be able to do it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Do we have Marcel on the call?
Yes, we do. I see Marcel.
Perfect. We have Marcel. She's present.
Okay, awesome. Good morning, everybody. I hope you guys are doing well.
Erna, hold on 1 second. I want to make sure that Marcel has a chance to introduce you guys and say a few words about the project. Thank you. Marcel?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Marcel English, the Senior Digital Comm Specialist in the Office of External Affairs. I had an opportunity to work with Erna and Fred for the last couple of months. As you know, we're always looking to improve our digital efforts as well as our website efforts in using our platform, Sitecore, or any other platform that we're already currently using to really boost what we're doing here at the county, not only for our constituents, but also for our business owners as well as internally. So working with this group really showed what we can do in taking our digital efforts to the next level. They worked on an app, and I'm not going to steal their thunder, so I'll let them talk about it, but it was definitely a pleasure working with them. And once they conclude, I'll kind of wrap up from a sponsor end of it.
Thank you. Thank you, Marcel, Erna, and Frederick. Good luck.
Awesome. Thank you, Justina. So welcome, everyone. We are at the website and Sitecore team, and we had a pleasure with working with Marcel, Priscilla, and Briar. This is our fall 2021 capstone presentation. So we want to begin with our agenda. So first, we're just going to introduce the team. Marcel did a very great job with doing that with herself, and then I'll introduce our other team members. And then we're going to talk about our main objective with the project scope and overview, and then any user and specific requirements. That was very important because we wanted to know what we wanted to get out of our app and what specifically we wanted to offer county residents and users, as well as any county workers as well. And then we'll go ahead and talk about application. So first, we're going to describe what our application was with the description and understanding, the operating systems we chose, the layouts, and then our initiative, and then any lessons learned in our special acknowledgement. So here are some of our team members. Priscilla and Briar also. Priscilla is a senior digital communication specialist as well, and Briar was assisting us with that. She just recently started, as she told us, and she's a digital communication specialist as well. I'm Erna, I'm the team lead, and Frederick was assisting me with this project. So first, when we were looking at the app, we wanted to see what our main objective, why did we want to create the app? And that led into other ventures with us in our app research and things like that. So first, our main objective was to create the app was so we can design a blueprint or of a mobile application that parallels the Fulton County website. And the Fulton County website is a very, very great tool for workers, residents, and such. So what we wanted to do is we wanted to mimic that, but we kind of wanted to put our own twist on it as well. So that led us to certain researches of what kind of app do we want, what do we want within our app, and things like that. So to do that, for us to be able to do that, we had to create our project plan. And me and Frederick, we had little to no experience in creating an app. So this was kind of, fun and kind of hard for us at the same time because we had a lot of ideas, but we didn't know what direction to head into. So when we created our project plan, that kind of gave us an idea of what to start with creating the app. So of course, we conducted 4 phases of research. These phases included, so we were looking at previous governmental apps like the Fulton County voting app. We also looked at Fulton County schools app that weren't tied to Fulton County, but it was a great layout to, just to see what we can include in our app. And then also we had to determine, do we want a traditional app or do we want web enabled? Because we all know a traditional app, but web enabled was something that could look good because it does help with the website itself, but we decided to choose just a traditional app, and we'll go over that in the next couple of slides. And then ADA guidelines for our senior county residents and operating systems. And a few other steps that we did include were just to include our click analytics, which was how many pages, how many clicks are in each page and which page is most important, because we can't include every page in an app because Fulton County does offer a lot of departments and services as well, and including the water services map. And some other stuff that we did was just to create the project plan to go on a specific timeline, and so that we can be on time and be successful with this project. So the first thing, like I said, we had to do was we had to understand our user requirements. Who are we doing it for? What are we doing it for? What do we want to include? An application can include a lot of things, and it is very complex, but we need to minimize and see what is the most important. So first, who are our users? So of course, we have our administrator, guest, user, and provider. So we're mostly making this app for our county residents, and those can range anywhere between teens to seniors, and then, like I said, county employees. And then some of the tasks that we wanted and the features that the app included, obviously finding, reading, selecting, sharing, reviewing, and commenting. One of the bigger things is the social media, and we'll show you that on our app layout. We want people to know about the app. We want people to keep using the app. So sharing and reviewing is one of the big thing. But to tie it in with the main objective, one of our main objective was so people can, the services that are offered on the website, they can access this throughout the app. And some of those services can be searching, mapping, sorting, and paying. For example, your electricity bill, your water bill, and just searching for the departments and services that you need to get into. And one great service that we were looking at was like the animal services. And a lot of the great things that the Fulton County website has is certain maps and things like that. So you can easily search what service you want specifically. And that's what we wanted to tie in as well. And then we want them to use the app daily. And then one of the platforms is using it off of Flutter. And another great thing for the demographics is that Fulton County does include an array of languages. So we want to include those languages within the app as well. And then here is just specific requirements. So here are some of the different ones, but the most important ones I would have to say that we were looking at was that we want users to have a service appear on the screen within 3 seconds. We usually don't want any delays and things like that. So we don't want our users to be confused. And then another thing was each page shouldn't take no longer than 5 clicks. Some of the departments and services, since they do have an external link, this might be hard, but we want to keep our average especially with our seniors, not to have more than 5 clicks to get to a certain page. And I know everybody with personal experience, you using an app, if you click on something, you don't want to have to click that many times to get to a page. You want it right there. And then some of the other things that are going to help some users with our implementation is that they should complete a tutorial guide before being allowed to use the system, as well as including a help box. And as when Frederick will go over our layouts, he'll talk more about the help box, but it's just a direct link to the app and the user if they have any questions and things like that. So most of us do know what an application is. We're very tech savvy, and technology has been advancing. These are just a couple of facts that we kind of all know that we had to look at. So like I said, we did decide to go with the native application just because we were able to have more creativity with the native application instead of the web enabled, because web enabled is just mimicking the browser itself. And then so with the build specific platforms, it can be on any of these platforms. We did decide Flutter because Flutter is cross compatible with all types of phones and tablets and such. And then installation, download and installation is super easy. You have to do that with an app. With web enabled, it would just be the browser, and there's some functions like camera and GPS. And of course, the most important thing is that the device can run by itself and it can work offline instead of having a stable internet connection all the time. And then here, so when understanding and looking at an app, you want to understand why and how the app works. So what are the pros and cons? So Justina knows from looking at our presentations and things like that. For us, we had to do a lot of which one is better, because there's a lot of options when creating an app and what is the best for the business. So some pros and cons of just a native application. The number one thing for management and development is that it does instill brand loyalty, and that can be a great thing because it's one of the things that can keep an app going, and it increases the longevity of an app. And also another great thing is that it can maintain a communication link between the business and the user itself. And some other great things is just it's environmentally friendly and it can generate revenues. But some cons that we had to look at and the risk that we had to look at with our app, how can we fix these cons or change it around, is that so it is expensive sometimes with maintaining and updating. And then one of the biggest cons was the compatibility with different platforms. So one of the ways that we did to turn around that risk was look at different operating systems. And one of those was Flutter, which is compatible on all platforms. So that kind of erases that risk. And some of the other ones, even though we do generate revenues with an app, you do have to share the revenues with the App Store. And sometimes it is hard to get an app approval from via App Store, whichever App Store that you would like to put it up. Awesome, and I'm gonna go ahead and pass this on to Fred, and he will talk about the operating system we chose and conclude it with any layouts that we had.
All right, thank you, Erna. So Flutter is an open source UI software development kit that was developed by Google. Flutter supports mobile, web, and desktop devices. Its easy app builder helps allow developers to transfer code and develop on all platforms, including iOS, Android, and Windows. Its language is single code based and open source, so making it one of the least restrictive operating systems and gives users a wide variety of options. Software development requires the user to learn Dart, which is similar to Java and Kotlin. So if the user is familiar with those programming languages, they can easily learn Dart. Now for some pros and cons. Flutter performs very well, is very customizable. It allows for cheap and quick development and is overall coherent to learn. However, it's fairly new development kit, so it's fairly new, so some firms are slow to accepting it, but those that have to use it in making their apps have had great success. Also, there is no single guideline to developing with Flutter, which may make the launch require more preparation. And lastly, Flutter is rather large program, which can make maintaining code somewhat difficult. On to the next slide. So some frequently asked questions about Flutter. Who can use Flutter? Well, everyone can generally use Flutter, from small teams to larger firms like Alibaba, who use e-commerce all the time have used Flutter's development kit to produce their apps. Do you need a developer? Although it is recommended, it is not required. Since Flutter is an open source, plenty of resources are offered, and the developer isn't necessarily needed. Do you need experience to work Flutter? Some experience in software development is recommended. It would help jumpstart your project and save time and lower the cost quicker when developing the app. How do updates work? There are major, minor, and revision updates. Revision minor updates are set for bug fixes and minor tweaks to your app. Major updates should be reserved for large changes like adding features that'll change the overall user experience. Is it user-friendly? Yes, it is easily accessible and relatively sustainable. When to use Flutter? If you want to develop an app with complete user interface quickly, a very complex user interface quickly while running fast and also has very good performance, then we say Flutter is probably one of the best developing tools for that purpose. Now we will move on to the main layouts of our app. First off, the user is permitted their own profile for to create their own profile for a more customizable and engaging experience. Here you can see it's simple. You have your email and password. That is the only thing that's really required. And also there is a profile picture if the user would like one as well. Now we have our home screen here. So the home screen has a little bit of all the features on the main page that the user can access with the most latest information. On the bottom of the screen, there are little segment controls or tabs that the user can switch between to get to access other features of the app. The upper right corner of the screen, there's a question mark, which when pressed would help explain the page to the user, because many apps today have some type of app tutorial. So in the right figure, it should sort of explains or gives an example of like, oh, here's the main menu and here's the features it has, and this is how you navigate it. Of course, there's a loading screen when you start up the app that is very brief and quick. Just load up the app quickly, and that's all it is. Just welcomes the user to the app. Of course, for a more personalized interactive experience, the user is given permission to give their location or access which services are in a certain area that they want, for example, Atlanta or Johns Creek and other areas within Fulton County. Of course, there's the services. Here's an example of like a services tab. So this is easily accessible. It clearly displays in alphabetical order the main services that the user can research or learn about and get access to. It's all listed there with a back button to get back to the home screen if needed. And of course, they just merely need to push the tab to keep going. And then so, for example, here's a water services screen. It clearly shows icons, so you can click the button and then get on to the next part of the services. So when you click the services, it clearly displays all the information required for the user if they were to, for example, pay their water bill. I also have landscape mode there on the side, so you can imagine what it would look like when tilted on the side. So there's a social tab that we thought was a much needed service or feature for the app. Social tab would help give the user a much more active experience and will keep users constantly coming in over and over again to see what newest blog or updates are happening in Fulton County. And of course, there's social links near the top. Of course, there's the latest news page, so the user can scroll down and read more information for previous news updates and of course, the latest updates. I'll now pass it on to Erna, who will now discuss the app initiative.
Thank you. And then the final thing that we had to do, obviously, design an app, make an app. What do you want to look like? The most important thing is marketing an app and launching it. And here are some of the steps that we did do research on how to make a successful launch after the app. And one of the most important things I would say would be the first step, investing in implementing an app marketing and analytics software. That software is just going to go ahead and monitor the app's performance. Another one is great to monitor the feedback of what people are giving on the app and to collect and track any user churn. So those are the most important steps, but all of these, they are great steps into determining and, successfully launching an app, which is what we're not going to be there to do. But hopefully Marcel, with the research and everything we've done, she can go ahead and, tell us and let us know how the app does after the launch. Here are just some lessons that we did learn. I think one of the most important lessons were always give and receive feedback and apply that feedback to future projects. One of the greatest things that we have is we had a lot of transparency in our team, and with that came a lot of feedback, and they were honest, and we always took that feedback and applied it and gave Marcel and Priscilla and Briar whatever they wanted, because it's true. We didn't know that much about app. Even though we did a very, very great job, the feedback that they gave us was extremely helpful in everything else that we did. And then here's just a special acknowledgement. Thank you so much for the team. I learned a lot of things about app development. It's not even in my field, and it's just interesting to see. And a lot of the things that I learned can be applied to the future. So thank you, Marcel, Priscilla, and Briar. I know they're not here, but again, thank you so much, Marcel and Justina. And then now we can head to questions.
Due to a time constraint, we're going to allow one question from the audience. Please raise your hand if you have a question, or put your question in the chat. I don't see any questions. Jessica, any question in the chat? Marcel, do you want to give a feedback or question to your team?
Like I said, they did a great job. I think, really understanding where we are from a digital standpoint. A lot of digital projects within companies, including ours, are, on the 3 to 5 year plan. But, what has happened over the last 2 years has made digital a lot more important, and is more so on the 3, 6, 12 month plan, or the let's do it tomorrow plan. So one of the things that I loved about working with Fred and Erna was the fact that, yes, they came into this, they had great technology background and know-how. They had no idea from the how to connect the comms part to the technology. And I think that is also really key, especially as we move further into technology on the front end, is making sure that we're connecting with our audience and marketing to our audience in an effective way. And I think Fred and Erna really worked on that and really understood that at the end of the project, and understood how to do that. So I definitely applaud both of them. As being a product of Georgia State, I look forward to all of the great things that come from this team, and look forward to helping them in any way that I can moving forward.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. We congratulate you, and we're going to move to the next team. Thank you, Frederick, and thank you, Erna.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcel. Okay, Jessica, you're going to help me? Do we have everyone?
Yes, we do.
Perfect. And we need Leticia as well. Okay, perfect. So this team, it was very specific, different than the other teams. They were working on two different data analytics projects. They were able to accomplish both tasks in a marvelous way. I'm very proud of them. They were able to assist Sandra Flanagan, our program manager, and also they were able to assist me with one of the projects and Letitia Frazier. So I'm very proud of you guys, and please share your discovery with us. And who's going to present?
I'm going to start.
Okay, so Lee, I'm gonna make you a co-host.
You have to make co-host for me. Young.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, it's Young.
Yeah, I cannot see both. Okay, you guys good to go?
Hi everyone. We are the data analytic team, and our team members are Young and Lee and Trem, and our sponsor was Justina and Sandra and Letitia.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Make it the full view, because right now we can only see partially.
No. Is it partially?
Mm-hmm.
Presenter setting, but you have to make it right. Slideshow. Perfect.
How about now?
I think that you share the wrong screen. You share the presenters.
Okay.
Yeah.
You see at the top where it says use presenter view, all the way to the right.
Yeah, just uncheck it.
Yeah, go back to where you were.
Okay, maybe this one.
Okay.
Yes, that's better.
Is it full screen?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay. Yes. Sorry about that. Okay. Hello everyone. We're the data analytic team, and our team member was Young and Lee and Tram, and our sponsor was Justina and Sandra and Letitia. Here's a team introduction. We are engaged. Our team assigned into two different projects with the two separate sponsors. First project we assigned into was Kronos Attendance Analytic Project with Sandra, and the second project we assigned into Culture Survey Analytic Project with Letitia. And Justina helped us to and guide us through an entire project, include both projects. Now, since we are the data analytic team, our team's main objective over two projects are browsing and collecting of raw data that provided, and also after we browsing and collecting all the data, we start to cleaning the data according to each project's deliverable, and apply analyzing questions and tools to clean data sets and visualize all the results from the analyzing data. So our first project was Kronos Attendance Project. As we mentioned, our sponsor was Sandra, and Kronos Attendance is Kronos Workforce Dimension training session, and Kronos provide our original roster of Fulton County employees, and our sponsor Sandra received many format of the attendance report, such as CSV file, list, and email, and screenshot images. So, and every information include the important key information about the names and joining time, leave time, and date. And our main goal was two key factor was attendance and completion. For the attendance, we had to find how many employees and managers attend the training session,
And for the completion-wise, each manager and employees must stay certain duration of time in session to complete the sessions. So first, we did data collection because all the data was raw data, and there are so many formats as email and these CSV files, screenshots, and phone captures. So we have to add them all into the one spreadsheet and merge them together with the primary keys, include first, last name, and meeting join time and meeting end time and the dates. And for the data cleaning, from the merged data sheet, we started to compare with the original roster provided by Kronos, and we start to identify who attend the training session and then who didn't attend training session, and also there are some people who joined the with the unidentified names or phone numbers only. So we have to separate the unidentified attendees. And also some managers and the presenters appeared in several meetings. So we have to eliminate a duplicate information to create clean data sheet. After we create a new column of the time duration from join time and end time, we were able to apply our analytic filters to our data, and our main goals were to find total attendance in employees and managers using time duration of the attendee, and employees who attend more than 15 minutes and a manager who attend more than 1 hour that considered as completion of the training. This is an example of our data cleaning. These are the sections that shows the who's the managers and employees, and this full name was the original roster from the Kronos. So we have to strip the first name and last name, and we have to create the email section. We create the Fulton County email, so we could compare to our original roster, so we can identify who actually attended the meetings and who actually finished the meeting. And also, this part is the join time and the leave time of each attendees. And we are able to create the columns for the duration column. We use these two data to convert to the duration time, so we can apply the filters for the employees who attend more 15 minutes and managers who attend more than 1 hour. So these are the final results and analysis and visualization of Kronos attendance. The total attendance, we have 2,600 employees, and the total number of attend people was 1,400 with identified person, and there are about 200 people who declare as unidentified attendees. So total rate of the attendee in training include both identified and unidentified. Its total was about 70%. And with identified 1,400 employee attendees, we also divide into how many managers and how many employees. So total of the employees was about 70% and managers about 25%. And these are the total employee attendee was 1,000 out of 1,400. So, and complete session who stays more than 15 minutes was 900. So total number of completion rate of the employee was 91% on training. And the total manager who complete the training with stayed more than 1 hour was about 75%. And we are moving into a second project, which is the culture survey. And I'm move to the tram to start the presentation.
Hi, and we have the outline for the second project presentation. First is the introductions, and second is the project overview. Third is project definition, and fourth is tools, fifth is result, and lastly Q&A question. And now we will introduce a little bit about our projects. As since the pandemic happened in 2020, 2020, most of the Fulton County's employees has been working from home until today. Here at Fulton County, the company would like to see how the employees feel about working remotely and if they are missing any equipment to perform their tasks and to help them to stay productive while working remotely. And this quadric survey was designed to conduct an overall of understanding across many departments. There are a few details of this survey that it was sent out to almost 4,400 people, and everyone had about 2 weeks to finish the survey, starting from November 22 until like December 3rd. And we expect around 30% of total people to finish the survey. And this quadric survey was designed into like 2 versions, one for the employees and one for the managers and supervisor. The employee version has around 27 questions and the manager version has 36 questions. Project scope, this was to identify the needs, the performance, and the feedback of the employees while working remotely. And the key indicators that our group have is one, the feedback is how much do employees think they can get the job done remotely, or do they think their department are ready to change in the futures? And 2 is the performance. Do people believe they are still being productive while working remotely? And do they think that their work are being recognized by the company? And lastly, device. What department are missing the most devices and what devices are needed the most among all the departments? And here is the response number that we collected from around yesterday evening at 6 p.m. We got around 1,200 responses from the employees and 394 responses from the managers. So according to the DLive article that we found on Quadrix, it is a general good response rate, more than 33%. And here we go to the project definitions. First, we have the collect data. This means using Quadric for a survey to collect data from employees. Second, we have data cleanup, which means using Power Query to drop the non-useful field and incomplete response. And third, we have data visualization. It means applying this clean data into Excel to construct visualization. And lastly, as we mentioned, our key indicators, which are the feedbacks, performance, and device. And what we did to collect the data is and compare data from each department to like each questions. Examples like we compare the department versus its employees' belief in change, or department's amount of work can be done remotely, or the department versus the needed equipment. And from there, we conduct the productivity of each department. And here is a picture of the Quadrix interface that we use to collect the data from. Like you can see, like in the right-hand side, there's a tool button where we can use to choose the columns that we want to collect the answer from. Right, like in this slide, we can see that we were choosing the question number 2, what department do you work in? And number 4, what is your job title? And data cleanup, we use Power Query from Excel. And what we do is basically we use Power Query to generate the count and the average of the answer from the survey. And here we have the feedback. And before we go into the feedbacks for the questions, I gotta mention that the calculation was not based on how many employees each department has, because we don't have that information. But these numbers are based on like how many people from each department finished this survey. And here we have the answer for how much do employees and managers think that they can get the job done remotely. And as you can see right here, most of the employees think that around 75% to 100% of their work can be done remotely, while the managers, most of them think that just 75% of the work can be done remotely. And yeah. Right here we have the top 10 departments with the highest average work that can be done remotely. And this is from the employee's point of view. And as we can see right here, the highest that we have is from the Human Resource Management department with the 98.08%. And here we have the top 10 department with the highest average work that can be done remotely. That like the exact same question that we have from the last slide, but this is from the manager's point of view. And here we can see that we have 4 departments that I answer is like 100% of their work can be done remotely, which is the community development, art and culture, human resources management, and workforce fusion departments. And now Lee will take over these presentations.
All right, thank you so much. So once again, those number right there, we base those number on the answer that each employees from each department they answer. So if some of the department they don't have a lot of the employees answer, then the number may be a little bit different than the actual number. All right, we will continue on the feedback. So right here, we will see that if the employees, they believe that their department are ready to change, and the manager, they also believe if their department are ready to change in the future. So the change right here might including, working remotely from now until like, maybe forever, or maybe they will change anything in the future. So basically we have 81% of the employees believe that their department are ready to change under any situation. And then for the manager, we have about 75% of the manager believe that their department are ready to change in the future. Can you move to the next, please? And right here, we want to show the top 5 departments that ready to change from the point of view of the employees and the manager. So we got the district attorney, we got the library, we got the assessor, the senior services, and the Supreme Court. And that's it from the employee's point of view. And for the manager, we got the real estate access management, we got the public works, we got the sheriff, the Supreme Court, and the library. So those right there is just basically what the manager and the employees think, like, if my department are ready to change. Yeah, please next. And then productive. So we want to see if the employees, they are still being productive while they're working from home. Some people, they may be have kids, they may have, the noisy background, the environment that may affect them. So we want to see if they are being productive or not. And surprisingly, that 88% of the employees, they believe they are still being productive. And only 68.61% of the manager believe their employees are being productive. So that is something we may want to sit down and talk with the employees and the manager to come up, with the better understanding of, if the employees are really being productive at home or not. Yeah, next please. And right here, we got the top 5 of the department from both sides, that being still productive or not. And the first place for the employees is the Superior Court, and the top place for the manager is the Superior Court as well, and the library. So that's a pretty surprise. Yeah, can you please go to the next? Being recognized is really important, because this may mean a promotion in the future or a raise in the future. So we want to make sure that the employees, both the manager and the employee, believe they are being recognized by the company. So the number came out really good. We have 86.8% from the employees believe that their work are being recognized by the company, and the manager 83.8% of them believe that their work still being recognized by the company when they both working remotely. So that's a good number right there. Yep, please next. So right here, we have the last key indicator is the devices. We want to see what is missing the most for the employees. So the top 5, we got the cell phone, we got the laptop, we got the hotspot, we got the scanner, and we got the printer. So those right there is the one that from the employees. And can you go to the next, please? And right there, we got the top 5 department that are missing most of the equipment. We got the library right there, which is on the top place again. And then we got the board of the assessor, the superior court, the district attorney, and the senior services. Those right there from the employee's point of view. Yeah, can you go to next? Thank you. For the manager, we see that for the manager, the most demand is also the cell phone, but then we have the docking station. We also got the scanner, the hotspot, and the printer. So those right there are what the manager need the most right now. And then right there at the top 5 department, I'm missing most of the equipment. And this one is from the manager point of view. We see that the library is basically double of everything else. And then we got the juvenile court, we got the sheriff, we got the board of assessor, and we got the public works. Yeah. So what we learned during this whole project, the big projects. So we learned that the communication is really important because, you know, we all have the different life, and we think that by having the good communication, we can help to sort out all type of problems, like, you know, schedule the meeting, or when we come, or when we need to come up with the deadline because we want to finish everything before the deadline. So the next one is the responsibility. Yeah. So I think this is really important as well because we need to divide the work between the team member. You know, you cannot like do everything by yourself. And if you do that, and I guarantee that by the end of the project, you will feel really burnt out. And this is something that all of us, we don't want to happen to our teammate. So that's why we need to communicate, to divide the works among all of us to make sure that we understand and we get our job done. And yeah, thank you so much for listening. Please ask the question if you have any questions.
Please raise your hand if you have a question, or put a question in a chat. Leticia, do you want to pitch in and ask a question while I'm looking at the attendees? Because you were a big part of this project.
Yes, this team did an excellent job. Thank you so much. It was an honor working with you guys, and I'm happy that you all understood the assignment and were able to deliver. So what did you find most challenging about capturing the data and the information?
For this question, I think I can go first. I think that the most challenging part is finding the right tools. We have so many tools, you know, we got the R, Excel, Python, and Power BI, Tableau, and we need to decide what we are most comfortable with. So for our team, we found that we are both, three of us, we are really familiar with the Excel and the Power Queries. And that's why we joined the pack to go with the Excel and the Power Query / the Power BI. And yeah, I think that's it. The most challenge because we need to figure out the right tool to get the job done. Yeah.
Good job. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, we just want to say the special thank you to our sponsor, Justina, Sandra, and Leticia for having us the great opportunity to do the project. And we also want to special thank to Michael Lin because he helped us a lot during the first project with Sandra. Without him, I don't think we could really go through. And then for Dr. Hong and Dr. Martin, thank you so much for your opportunity for the great, you know, opportunity to work in the real life. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm so proud of you. This project has a high impact on the Fulton County employees. We are really proud of you. Great job, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
No more questions for the team. We appreciate you. Due to time constraint, we're gonna have a short lunch break. We apologize, but that usually happens. So we do need to be flexible, as one of the team mentioned. So we have to go with the flow and be agile. So let's meet again in next 15 minutes. I think that's enough time for lunch for everyone. And then Chris, can you please kindly stop the YouTube streaming? Because next presentations, they're gonna be focusing on the cybersecurity. Thank you so much, Chris, appreciate you. So we're gonna meet at 12:40. Thank you so much, everyone. Terence, please be present at 12:40 with your team. Thank you, sir. Okay, welcome back. I make a small announcement. We're moving Office 365 to a later of the day. So next team is AML and then critical applications. So AML team, please raise your hand, and also the sponsors. Thank you, Chris. We have Sherry. Do we have Nadine here as well? Nadine, please raise your hand. Okay, wonderful. Sherry and Nadine, do you guys want to introduce yourself and talk a little bit about your team? Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Our project this year is the AML list, and that's the annual hardware software list. And that's the list that the county authorizes the use of all the purchase of software and hardware. And so it's a master list. Instead of each department going to the board and getting approval, this is one mechanism that the entire county uses to get authorization to purchase hardware and software. And so team, I would like for you to go on and start your presentation.
Justina, if you could allow me to share the screen.
I did.
Okay. One moment. There we go. So, hello everyone. My name is Archita. My teammate here is Mayova, and we were part of the AML team, and we were phase 4 in this project. Mayova? Okay, so the purpose of AML is to database, track, and maintain the contracts that Fulton County uses. And this is so that there's a centralized system for the county, so that there is a proactive approach that can be easily used instead of reactive actions, especially as contracts approach their renewal deadlines. This team was led by Ann Wilson and Sherry McNair.
To add to that, Fulton County has a number of ongoing contracts, and it's hard to keep tabs on them, as Akita said. Thus, the Fulton County innovated a tracking process to maintain an efficient contract renewals by integrating an all IT maintained AML data onto a centralized database, monday.com. At the same time, the AML team is going to work with IT specialists to upload and initiate automated alerts. Furthermore, the AML team will have to document the workflow used for this centralized database called monday.com. Since the software is relatively new, there needs to be a clear illustration of how to use the database according to the intent. Previous phases, like phase one eliminated the unnecessary and unusual software, created an automated database and AML contracts, SQL queries for database, email notifications, and process diagram for database interface. As I mentioned that previously. Phase 2 focused on the information technology contracts, input contracts into the application that was created, set triggers for the application to send alerts. Whilst phase 3 innovated a tracking process to maintain efficient contract renewals, integrates the IT maintain AML data and create a centralized database. And also they worked with IT specialists to upload and initiate automated alerts. As mentioned earlier, the scope is to collect contracts and information from various locations to store them into Monday.com. And we're going to integrate all IT maintained AML data and create a centralized database. And also work with IT specialists to upload and initiate automated alerts. Could you go to the next slide? So our goal is to help the clients review the AML contract by correcting accuracies and uploading information. Furthermore, focusing on automating alerts to contract stakeholders. There should be an automatic notification to specific contract stakeholders within 90, 60, and 30 days of contract expiration. This contract will be processed through Monday.com. I will hand it over to Akita, who will carry on.
Archita, you're muted.
Sorry. So our timeline for this project was that in September, we familiarized ourselves with what was going on with the AML lists, as well as what the contract renewal process was, what like the steps that were currently being taken, as well as what the team required from us, as well as creating an Excel project tracking system. In October, we updated the IT contracts onto the existing AML application from our Excel tracking system, as well as had a consistent contract progress update. In November, we finalized the central database details and then made a process document for the working of Monday.com, because one of the issues we had as we were trying to work with Monday.com is we originally weren't sure how to use it. So in order for the AML team to work with it further in the future, we created a document to explain how to upload contracts onto Monday.com and how to work with it. And we ensured that the automated alerts were working. So the sources for our contracts were from the contracts and vendor documents that were located in the network files on the P drive, as well as for Employee Central for Fulton County under executed contracts. While the previous AML phase did do a majority of the previous contracts, some new contracts had come in afterwards that hadn't been uploaded onto Monday.com. So what we did is we took those contracts that were in these locations and uploaded it onto Monday.com so that the alerts would continue to come for the AML team. And we ensured that these alerts then would continue to work later for later dates. So in this project, what we accomplished was we created an Excel sheet with the IT contracts that needed to be updated. We centralized and finalized the AML spreadsheet database. We transitioned from the online database and ensured automated alerts. We then organized and updated all current contracts in the AML system, and then created the process document for Monday.com for future use by the team. The things we learned during the course of this internship was that in order to effectively do this project, we needed to communicate well through our virtual platforms, especially during the beginning. I know that Maiwa and I struggled to communicate originally. We soon fixed it and managed to get through with a lot of what needed to be done in our project. We also better understood how the contract process works for AML and how these contracts are renewed for future use, as well as how to work better together and collaborate on what needed to be done for our project. Special thank you to Ann Wilson, Nadine Outlaw, Sherry McNair, Justina, Jason, Professor Martin, and Professor Hong for this opportunity to work with you guys and improve our ability to look into what needs to be done, as well as figure out how to effectively improve ourselves and fulfill what needed to be done for our project. If there are any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions from attendees? Please raise your hand. If not, the sponsor, would you like to add anything in? And Nadine?
Would help if I unmuted. Yes, Justine, I would definitely like to add. First of all, thank you so much, Maiwa and Arkita, for the effort that you made. These contracts, I've been working with these contracts for a number of years and struggling with them. And for the two of you to come in and help us get them organized and centrally located has not been an easy task. As people may have noticed, we're in phase 4 of this. So this has been an ongoing task for us for a little while. So and these contracts that they're dealing with trying to centralize for us are a number of contracts. They need help. It's like 85 contracts that Maya and Arkita had to work with in a short period of time. So thank you so much for the efforts that you made in aiding us. And not only what you have done for us now, it'll be continued to be implemented throughout the remainder of my career, anybody after me, the tools that you have set up for us. So thank you very much. So the first one I'm going to ask, you got off to a little start. I was busy, not able to really get with you, start with you at the beginning. But again, you managed with my instructions to do what was needed. So how did you and Maiwa, Arkita and Maiwa manage to, with the little rough start we had, come together and plan and get started to accomplish the task?
We figured originally the problem is that our schedules differed greatly. So eventually it took a bit of effort, but we finally found a time where we were able to meet in person, which helped a little as well. But after like 2 or 3 weeks of meeting in person, we were then able to fall into like meeting virtually to complete whatever tasks needed to be done, as well as messaging one another what was going on and what we were doing currently, as well as through emails and texts, which is how we were able to recover from our rocky start.
Awesome. And you definitely recovered from a rocky start. So again, thank you. Nadine, you have anything to add?
Yes, I just would like to add that I was really impressed with how the two of you were able to pick up and familiarize yourself with Monday.com and explain it and go through it, you know, the workshop that you did with us through, you know, via Zoom, to help us get more comfortable with navigating through Monday.com so we can go forward and update as more contracts come in and update the status of each contract, add in different fields or columns that's needed, removing things. And, you know, so that was a very good task that y'all was able to conquer. I'm not sure how familiar you were with Monday.com before you got started, but it looked like you have been familiar with it before you got started. That's how well you did. So I just thank you guys for, you know, getting together and really quickly familiarizing yourself and learning Monday.com in order to show us how to use it.
Mm-hmm. So Maya, after this experience, hindsight, what would you have done differently?
Hindsight, talking about the experience, for someone like me, I'm doing a double major in finance and CIS. So I've only had previous experience in finance. So this was a good learning experience coming to work in the IT departments. I'll say what I would have done differently is just in the beginning, just planning myself better and communicating better. So there wouldn't have been any rocky start at the beginning. So that's something I would have done differently.
Okay. And Arkita, I'm going to ask you the same question. What would you have done differently?
I probably would have figured out a date from the beginning where we could like start our weekly meetings, because it was really only after that I feel we were able to get an understanding how each other works. So I probably during the first week itself, like met up with, or like as soon as I knew who my partner was, met up, found a time to meet up with them and go from there, which I feel would have really helped near the beginning.
Okay. Back to you, Sherry.
Well, I just want to say thank you for all your hard work, and the county. I really appreciate this intern program has been so beneficial to the county, and so we thank each and every single one of you, both of you, for all your effort in assisting us and developing and maintaining the database for the AML list. We really do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And kudos to the team. You guys have turned around tremendously, Archita and Mayowa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we're going to move to critical applications.
Did you see the message?
Yeah. Critical application, please be ready. Do we have everyone on the call? We have Rohan. Where's everybody else? Donald, Jason, fantastic. June. I think I'm missing one more.
Melanie
Where's
Davis.
Melanie? Yes, Melanie. Where's Melanie? June, who is presenting?
I am.
You're presenting. Okay, I'm gonna make it.
I'll be sharing screen.
In that sense. Okay, Jason Kendrick, all yours.
Well, hello, everyone. My name is Jason Kendrick. I'm a technical operations manager for Fulton County IT. My area of responsibility is our data tier and database administration. This is the critical application systems team project. Their goal was to develop a framework for cataloging all of the various softwares that we use throughout the county, including developing diagrams of system architecture, and then scoring each application system with a criticality score. I'm very excited at the work that this team produced. They did a fabulous job, absolutely brilliant, as you guys will see. And I co-chaired or co-sponsored this project with Donald Sequeira. Donald, any opening remarks?
Sure. Thanks, Jason. I like to say that I'm a veteran on this program, been with Justina since the beginning, inception, great program. I've seen it go from leaps. It has really grown. And I must say, Jason, basically, I'm Jason's customers. I like to call myself. Jason serves the enterprise application. And when Jason and I started talking about this project, I said, wow, this is something that I've been asking for a very long time. We need this. We need this so badly because there are so many applications out there, and I'm the assistant CIO responsible for a number of applications. But I really want to know, in terms of from a business owner, what's critical, what's not so critical. Can we do some weightages? And I think the team has come a long way. They started off with knowing very little, and they blossomed, they flowered, and they delivered. And with that, Jason, I like to believe we probably have the best presentation.
I think so. I know we had an excellent team of interns. So
thanks.
And excellent sponsors.
And I must thank Francis and Chanel and my team, Jack and the others. They all contributed tremendously to this. So I'll let, who's presenting? Is that you, June, or Melanie?
June is sharing the screen and the whole team is presenting.
Okay. Let's do it. Let's hit it.
Good luck.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can everybody see my screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, with that, we'll get started and I'll let Ruhan kick it off.
All right. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's having a great day. I hope you guys have been enjoying the presentations as much as I have. We are the Critical Application System Catalog team, Melanie, Ruhan, and June, with our sponsors Donald, Jason, Francis, and Chanel. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about the project overview. What exactly was our project for the Critical Application System Catalog team? Well, Fulton County has about 45 departments, and each department has different critical applications that they use to continue business operations. Our job was to kind of rank them in criticality order of what operations are most important or what applications provide the most intellectual data for us. So what we had to do was we had to develop criteria for a software criticality matrix. Initially, we made a scale that kind of determines how critical our software is within each department. So every department would be interviewed and we would be able to give them a criticality score based on that. Generate descriptions of application systems and the user communities. So kind of had to make a general description of what each application did and the end users, and they would be essentially answering some of the questions that we had. We had to catalog the application database server relationships. So kind of list in order of what maybe provides a better ranking. Some departments may be more crucial than other departments, but every department has a different criticality level. And last but not least, we had to assign criticality to each application system. So each application will get their own criticality score based on various factors. Next slide, please. So this is kind of like the steps we took, the project timeline. So our first step, we had to establish a framework, essentially. So we just asked ourselves, how are we going to exactly rank these criticality, and what scale are we going to use, or what basis are we going to have? So we made a criticality scale to kind of rank the applications. And after that, we realized we need something that's more a little time sensitive. So we made a temporal factor scale to account for any time sensitive factors that may increase or decrease the criticality level. We had to make a criticality matrix which combined the two and kind of made it easier to read for the reader. And then we made a database schema, kind of like the back end, trying to show the relationships of what we had and any interview questions that we made, which is step 2 of how we collect the data from the departments. We made an interview questionnaire and kind of based our questions off of what the departments have to use in their day-to-day operations and what is important to them or critical to them. And we generated a report form for displaying the database results after we enter them. Next, the next step, database construction. We had to take the actual schema that we made and convert it into a database. And that schema is again based off the questionnaire that we made. And we had to implement different lookup tables and try to reduce any redundant errors that we had and try to provide a clear and concise database. And the last step, step 4, database testing. This is go time. This is where we actually took the interview questions, scheduled an interview with the departments, conducted the interviews, filled out an application form, data entry forms, and had to actually assign a criticality score. And unfortunately, due to time constraints, we're only able to do one department, the IT department. And we had to ensure the database had a sound fundamental relationship and it ran without any errors. Go to the next slide, please, Jim. So as I mentioned, this is one of our first steps, the criticality scale. So this criticality scale, it essentially measures how critical an application is. What exactly is the critical function? Well, a critical function is, let's say you have an application that your job cannot be completed without this application. That application is critical for business operations. So our job was to rank these applications and see how critical they were based on this criticality scale. So let's say you have a level 1 criticality. That is mission critical and it must be resolved in one day if there was an error to occur. This is based on usage and how application affects operations. It essentially determines the continuity of business procedures. Go to the next slide, Jim. After we made the criticality scale, we had our sponsors tell us that, hey, maybe some things are a little bit more important and need to be taken care of in one day, while other things, we can still continue business operations, but they still need to be fixed. Well, we made a temporal factor scale for that. So as you look, we have level 1 temporal factor scale, which is based off of factor weight. So a factor weight of 10% weighs more on the criticality. So this would affect criticality scale, making the criticality scale go up to a level 1 perhaps. So it's very time sensitive, needs to be completed in one day. A good example would be if 911 was unable to receive phone calls, that is a level 1 temporal factor scale. That has to be fixed in a 1 day window, less than 1 day window, and has the most factor weight. The weight is added to increase the intensity of when issues should be resolved. I can go to the next slide, Jim. So software criticality matrix. Essentially, this put both the temporal factor scale and the criticality scale together and kind of made a graph to where we can read how everything comes into play. So as you see on the y-axis, we have the criticality scale, and on the x-axis, we have the temporal factor scale. And it's color-coded for easy reader visibility. So as you see, if you have a 1 day window and the item is mission critical, and your criticality scale is mission critical, and your temporal factor scale says 1 day window, you have a dark blue at the very top right. You can see the dark blue, which means this is the most important thing on our task. This has to be solved within 1 day or at 1 day maximum, and is very critical to ensure business operations continue to occur. With all that being said, I'm going to hand it off to June.
Thanks, Ruhan. So next, we'll get into the database schema that we came up with. This is the backend of determining our criticality. And as you can see in the schema here, we have displayed all of our tables, as well as the attributes and the relationships between our tables with the primary foreign keys and the data types. So based off this schema, we should be able to generate categories and questions that will be used to collect the data that we are going to put in our database to calculate our criticality score. Next is our interview questionnaire. So this is the form that we would use when we are interviewing the departments to obtain the information and the data that we need. So these questions, every question you see on this form is derived from one attribute or category from the schema that we just saw. So as we can see here, we have just general department information, and then we start with the application information, and then we continue with software info, as we were told that an application for Fulton County can have multiple softwares. So this picture is a little cut off because you just couldn't fit everything in the slide. So on the next slide, we have the results. So for instance, this is the application one that was just in the slide before, but with the bottom of the form. So this is where we would put in our information based on the information we collected. And as you can see, we have our criticality percentage, and then we ask, are there time-sensitive factors in play? If there's a yes, then we need to enter what level on the temporal scale that it is at. And based on that, we will add or subtract factor weight from our combined score. And once we have that combined criticality score, we get our criticality level based on that scale that we showed you earlier. So here is just another example for a different application where we set it as high importance. And then next is our data entry form. So once we have the information collected on our department questionnaire, we would use this form to enter the information, the data that we collected directly into our database. These fields are all customizable and can be changed as we need for flexibility. And then next is our report form. So this form is for displaying the results of our database. As you can see here, it's organized it by application and then the software under it. And we have some general information like the functional owner, department that it belongs to, number of critical functions for the department, number of critical functions for this specific application, the criticality, whether it's time sensitive or not, and what level on the temporal scale it is, and the criticality, temporal, and the combined score. So this displays the information that I think we find most important for our project on this form. And again, this one is also customizable as needed, so we can change any of these and add or remove fields. And with that, I will hand it off to Melanie.
Thank you, June. So now we'll be talking about the application relationship diagram. The application relationship diagram depicted here represents the mapping dynamics between the database, applications, as well as the hosting servers. This illustration represents how the diagram is integrated throughout Fulton County's network, which is highly important. This diagram can also be accessed in a stored repository. Next slide, please. Thank you. So MS Access. MS Access is a platform my team and I use to create the databases for our critical applications project. As you can see in the PowerPoint, this is a database my team and I created through the use of MS Access. We were able to implement lookup tables, reduce data redundancy, and ensure data integrity. This platform is very conducive to the entirety of our project. Next slide, please, and thank you. So for our project summary is a list of deliverables my team and I were able to complete. This includes the criticality scale, the temporal factor scale, software criticality matrix, the database schema, department interview questionnaire, data entry and report forms, application relationship diagrams, and MS Access database. My team and I also made notes of certain things to consider for the next team that works under the scope of the Critical Application Systems project. This includes the requirement of end user interviews, devised methods for criticality calculations, and also adding factor weight to critical functions to increase urgency as much as necessary, and also consider lifting database to secure network drives. Next slide, please, and thank you. So lesson learned. Throughout the course of this semester, my team and I had come across a variety of inconveniences that made certain parts of the project more difficult to complete. However, through hard work and dedication, we were able to persevere from the adversity we faced. Some important lessons we learned while working on this project were frequent communication is key for both team members and sponsors. New technical skills may need to be developed as you continue on with the project. Developing your soft and hard skills as much as possible, as it is important leading into your professional career, and always leave some slack for errors for revisions as you continue on with projects. Next slide, please, and thank you. In conclusion, my team and I would like to give a special thanks to our sponsors. Without your guidance, wisdom, and feedback, it would have been difficult for us to have a sense of direction. So thank you, Jason, my apologies, Jason, Justina, Francis, Chanel, Donald, Rupa, Chad, and Douglas. You are very much appreciated. We will now be taking any questions.
Wow, I think you guys have done a fantastic job. The last time I saw you all, I didn't see all of that stuff, and I had to really beat you hard on your presentation. I think in terms of technology and content, you always were there. Presentation skills were lacking, and the last time I met you guys, fantastic. You guys did a great job. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any questions from attendees? If we don't have any questions from the attendees, I'm going to pass to the panelists. Jason and the team. Oh, hold on a second. There's a question from Abdias. Abdias, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, Jason.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do we have any plans to include an application mapping from the hosting all the way up to the database?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would like to say that, this team really impressed me with their ideas, thinking outside of the box. Donald and I talked a lot. We met with the team every week and did a fair amount of preaching around requirements and workflows and how things actually operate in a business environment or government setting. And we really challenged the team to think in terms of even role playing, to kind of help cultivate their own ideas and how they would drive these requirements to a solution. And we didn't give the team a solution. We didn't say, take this product and go build your project. We challenged them to think outside of the box with the tools that were available to them to produce a framework. So there will be successive phases of this project. We are going to follow the recommendations of the team, and we will lift the application and database to a stronger platform, likely a web-enabled platform or something of that nature. But the team did an excellent job in assembling the criteria and assembling the basic code and database schema that was needed. Now, I was really impressed with their ability not only to work with each other, but work with us dynamically. Because in every meeting that we had, we always went back to drawing board. And I think that was a good experience for the team to see how requirements and functionality intersect, right? Because you have to, when you're designing a solution, that solution has to be logical, right? It has to have a point. There's always a business objective, but it also has to be user-friendly. And so there was a lot of agile workflow that we incorporated into the project, and the team really rose to the challenge, and they shine, in my opinion.
Abdius, this is something that I've been dreaming about for the last 4 years, ever since I joined the county, because as somebody responsible for an enterprise application, I want to know right up front, before an application is down because of failure in a system or failure in a database or failure in a server, way before the application actually goes down. So for me, this is a dream coming true. It's definitely a stepping stone to where I want to go. And I also demanded that from Melanie and Ruhan and June, that I want nothing less than a McKinsey or an Accenture kind of, because I come from a consulting background. So I said, I want nothing less than that. And the last meeting, I think they were kind of upset when I started. Jason, you weren't there when I started going through their presentation and made them make so many changes, but I think you gave me what I was looking for, and I definitely see it at the Accenture McKinsey level kind of consulting. So good job. Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you, Donald and Jason and team. So yeah. So one of the things, and I think you answered it, because we were kind of concerned with the Microsoft Access in the back end. So we are going to at some point use enterprise-wide database system, right, outside of Access.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then the other thing is, are we going to expose this, especially to the various IT teams here that support these underlining systems? Are we going to expose this so that we have access to this information?
Not only to the IT, but also the functional users, because I really want to know, and they've created a database where even I know who the functional contact point is, who my customer is, both internal and external. We need to know who they are from an IT perspective as well as from a functional user. Sorry, Jason, go ahead.
Sure. Yes. I would just say the short answer to your question, Abdius, is yes, as Donald just explained. So.
Okay. And then the other thing is
it's meant to be our catalog.
Awesome. The other thing is, as I was looking at the example data that was extracted, it only showed Glenn's name. I would like for us to include the actual application owners all the way up to the IT owners of those different systems, so that in the event, for example, since that's what I saw, Glenn is not here, we have all the other names of the support teams to get in contact with to assist in troubleshooting or assist in building a new application, right?
Sure.
Okay,
absolutely.
so like
That's the plan. That's the plan.
Sure.
And last but not least, if you can include me in that, because this platform here, right, is going to be sort of the foundation for eventual disaster recovery. So if you can include me in this, I would be, more than happy to assist however I can.
Abdias, you don't know what you got into now. That's how I wrote. That's how I wrote Jason in. Now I got you too.
Okay.
Okay,
So
wonderful.
Team, are you guys hearing how important this project actually is to the county?
Yes,
When
it's
you're,
great
when
to
you're
hear.
hearing other operations managers jump in and say, hey, I want to be a part of this. I need this.
That's awesome. That's great to hear.
Yeah, that's great.
Great job, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And thank you, Jason, for being a part of the program.
Jason is a newbie and now he's forever into it, Justina.
Yeah. He and his team, they did a great job. Thank you.
Yes, a special thank you to Chanel Armstrong and Francis Lewis, who jumped in periodically as needed, as questions arose. They worked with everyone and attended every meeting. Thank you guys very much for being a part of this project.
Yeah, on our side, we had Jock and Rupa and Narendra and Pam, Chad. So we had quite a few people involved because they see the importance.
Yes, if we missed some people here, I apologize. I was trying to find some of the people at the IT meeting, but couldn't find some. I couldn't find Mr. Narenda's name.
Thank you. It's all good, Jen. We know you guys appreciate it. So thank you. And let's move to the next theme. If we have James Watson on the call, we're going to move to Office 365. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate you. We know, and thank you, big thank you to your wife.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and for all your help with this project.
Yeah.
Thank you. You guys are great.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Do we have a James on the call?
Okay. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Is James Watson on the call? I want to make sure that he's present. Give us another minute. I apologize.
Hey, everyone.
We're still waiting for the sponsor.
Nova, you have to stay. You have to stay still. Stop moving. Like.
Justina, I can go ahead and share my screen.
Give me 1 second. I'm going to make you a co-host.
Okay.
So we're just talking to James. He's about to join. So give us a second. Okay, so go with your presentation and then James is gonna jump in at the end of the presentation and the whole introduction.
Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Yes, we can. Mm-hmm.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Michaela James. And I'm working with my partner, Helena Parker. Our sponsor is Mr. James Watson, and we were responsible for the project communication and training management for our Office 365 project. So our project scope included collaborating with B2B technologies to assist in maintaining enterprise communications needed to migrate Fulton County government's current on-premises environment to current Microsoft Office 365 programs. So in other words, essentially what we were doing was B2B and Fulton County government set to update all old computer applications to integrate with current versions of Microsoft Office 365. And Helena and I acted as the liaison for all communications between Fulton County employees and B2B technologies. So a really big part of our project was contact management. And our contact management included over 50 department representatives via phone and email. We sent over 300 emails regarding change champions, applications specific to each department, and the status of those applications after migrations, and all communications included 420 applications within each department. And we utilized Microsoft Excel and Google spreadsheets for our contact management. Our project relied heavily on our spreadsheets and the organization of all of our Excel documents to make sure that all contact information was included with every single application within every single department. And we also utilized the Teams channel. We utilized B2B's Teams channel to keep track of change champions, application testers, and other important points of contact. And our point of contact methodology included, first, we sent an email for asking for current applications. And the email included department representatives and change champions were asked to send their most updated list of current applications. If we did not get a reply to those emails, we began making phone calls for representatives that had not answered those initial emails, and we left voicemails. After some time, we got some callbacks from department representatives to call back and answer those questions. And lastly, our follow-up emails included were for all of the non-phone and non-email responders. So that included 4 points of contact. Here's a data visualization for our communications, and that included 32% responded to our initial email, 34% responded to our follow-up email, 10% responded to our return phone calls and responded to voicemails, and about 11% responded to our initial phone call. And my partner, Helena Parker, will explain to you our email process.
Hi, everyone. I'm Helena. And over the course of our project, email was our primary source of communication. We sent over 200 emails and sent over 100 follow-up emails. On the left below, you can see one of our initial emails that we sent to department representatives. In the email, we just went over our purpose, which was that the application testing team is reaching out to go over each department's applications and make sure that they integrate well with the new Microsoft Office 365. Included in the email, we had a list of applications that we received from the AML team. So we just sent those over specific to each department and asked them to verify those for us. And we also asked them to identify testers to test each application. And once we received the testers, we would reach out to them and identify a testing schedule and ask for a laptop or device to be used during the testing process. And on the left side of the screen, the right side of the screen, you can see that we were missing one application and we just had to update each list that we had accordingly, depending on the department. And I did want to give a shout out to Dream and Registration and Elections. They were really great about responding to our initial emails and questions and just making sure everything was organized and giving us everything we needed. And it made our jobs a lot easier and we appreciated it.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so this is another example of emails that we sent for people who did not respond to our phone calls. In this example, it's kind of the same as the previous email example. We went over our purpose and the list of applications, except in this one, we asked if they could reach out to the application manufacturer and determine whether it was Microsoft Office 365 compliant. And after that, we also asked their device name. And then we also asked if they had any departmental constraints that got in the way with the testing process. Okay, so on the right side of the screen, you can see the responses, and here we were missing a lot of applications, and many of them were already Microsoft Office 365 compliant. They also responded with testers, 2 testers for the applications, their contact information, and their device name. Weekly newsletters were also a big part of our project. Each week we attended Office 365 status and planning meetings, which were about 30 minutes. By the end, there were 166 people invited to these meetings. And this included change champions, testers, and beta participants, and anyone who was important to our project. In these meetings, we discussed the project itself, the phases of the project, any the project schedule, updates, any issues that had arisen, and offered a Q&A section so that attendees could voice their concerns. And our role during these meetings were to take notes and provide them to our sponsor by the next day. And he would email them to everyone that was invited. So there were risks to our project. A major one was that applications may be difficult to integrate with Microsoft Office 365. For departments that we suspected to have more integration problems, we just plan to have more open communications and schedule additional meetings so that we could be on top of it. We do have the option to roll back the software to the previous version if there are issues. However, a drawback to that is losing the data forever. And another risk is getting responses in a timely manner. We just need to make sure that there were testers and devices available before each scheduled testing phase. And the last risk was that migrations may cause delays and interruptions in email servers. We just didn't want this to happen because it would just hinder productivity for specific departments, depending on the day.
And some of our accomplishments included communicating with over 50 department representatives. We sent over 300 emails and we made over 50 phone calls. And perhaps one of our biggest accomplishments was creating and organizing multiple spreadsheets for all acquired information. It sounds sort of simple, but in order to process 300 emails and all of the information that was included in those emails, it took some brain power to understand how to organize all of the information and how to list all the information into how to make it easily accessible. And there were times when we were working on the same spreadsheet at one time and we were kind of erasing each other's work. So once we got past that and once we were able to, effectively collaborate and learn to divide tasks equally and, ones that made the most sense, we were able to perfectly combine all the information into usable and understandable spreadsheets, and anyone can easily understand them. And also time management is extremely important especially for Helena and I. We had 4 or 5 other classes and we were able to manage all deadlines and all assignments on time. And we were still able to be successful both with the project and within our classes. So time management really, we learned the value and the importance of it. And we will be able to use those skills and experiences for any job. And I also wanted to add that there were times when our sponsor would need a certain document completed by, let's say, 3:00 in the afternoon. And he didn't know that he needed this until, let's say, around 12 or 1:00. And we did have other jobs to complete. We had other schoolwork for classes, but we were still able to successfully complete the documents and make sure they were finished by that deadline. So that's our number one skill that we learned from the project.
So throughout the course of the project, we did learn a lot. And one of the biggest one was that communication is key. Like Michaela said, that we were completing the same exact tasks on assignments that were given. Now, me and Michaela make sure to meet before we start an assignment and just delegate tasks to each person just to make sure that we're not wasting time in doing the same work. And another big thing was making phone calls was a very daunting task at the beginning. But once we actually made like the first or second call, we realized that all the Fulton County employees are very nice and eager to help us. So that made it a lot less daunting and less stressful. The second lesson that we learned was asking for help. In the beginning, I feel like we were eager to prove ourselves as interns that we could do the work, and we just didn't ask enough questions, and it would lead us to turning something in and it needing minor adjustments because we weren't quite there. So now if task instructions are just ambiguous or not very clear, we just make sure to reach out to our sponsor and ask additional questions. And James always made it very easy to contact him, and he was very nice about providing additional instructions. And the third lesson that we learned was that people are busy in project management, that this is our whole entire main focus, but change champions and testers also have full-time jobs, and they also have full-time jobs, and that we just need to be mindful that it's not their main focus and be understanding and be patient on them getting back to us. And the fourth lesson that we learned was to keep learning and to keep an open mind and be inquisitive. No matter what stage you are in your career, especially in technology, there's always room for growth and learning. And for me personally, I learned how to enter hyperlinks in PowerPoint, and also a ton of new Excel skills that I will be taking into my future career.
And that concludes our presentation. We'd like to give a special thanks to our sponsor, James Watson and Ms. Justina. We learned a lot from this program, and we're just eternally grateful that we could use these skills and technical skills for future endeavors. Does anyone have any questions?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I may have.
Give me a second. Before we move to questions, I want to give James an opportunity to speak up on behalf of the team.
Thank you. Yeah, I had a great experience with Helena and Michaela. They were able to adapt quickly. The project evolved with them as they came in the door, and we were fast and furious with communications as we tried to address the multiple initiatives that are part of this program. We have an avalanche of communications, and the net result of it is that we were able to put together a change champion program in which we now have a group of 110 people that we can send communications to, who are friends and family of the IT, and they help with communication. So they are a major part in getting the creation of this change champion program, which we'll use on this project, and I will share this with other project managers moving forward. Another major piece of what they were, my two great interns were able to help with was application testing. They told you about what it was, but it essentially is, does this work with what you have? What we needed to do was make sure that the testers were aware of it, and they did a great job of finding the testers and making them aware that this was coming and helping with the communications. And they also were very, very helpful with the meetings. They were in charge of taking meeting notes. And that was kind of interesting. During the course of the 12 weeks, the quality of their meeting notes improved weekly until the end. I could literally cut and paste the whole notes and send it out as a newsletter. So not only were they attentive and very pleasant people, but they had the ability to learn and adapt and move forward in a relatively unstructured portion of the project. So my thanks to them, and they did a wonderful job, and they'll certainly be missed.
Thank you.
Thank you, James. And kudos on collaborating with other teams, especially with the AML team.
Yeah, we're going to release that our list of all the applications as we get it finalized, and I think that there's a couple of things that came out of this, the list for the change champions and the application testing group. Be good documentation for the county.
Fantastic. Lots of crossover. Thank you so much. Abdias, back to your question.
Yes, thank you, James. Yeah, if you can definitely share it, because I think that'll help with Jason's project as well. The other thing is,
to your point, Abdias, we had a collaborative meeting between Jason's team, AML team, and this team, because we knew that some of the items that are cross over each other. So we want to make sure we can utilize the resources.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. So the other thing was the actual information that were I guess extracted onto the spreadsheet. Are we going to update the individual profiles of the users within the O365 platform? What do we intend on doing with that information?
Actually, the change champions, that is just a list of people that we communicate with. The applications testing, that's not kept in AD, that's departmental information, and these are people that just had access to it. So we won't be updating any of the AD or informational files for the county. This was the net result of this is just some list of individuals that will be helpful for communications, and then also the list of applications that will be used for managing and addressing other projects in which you have something that affects all applications.
Okay, good deal. Thank you.
Sure.
There's no more question. Thank you so much, team. Great job.
Justine, I'm sorry, I just want to make one comment. A really important thing there, and everybody that's on your staff or at Fulton County is certainly aware, is keep learning. People think, a lot of people, particularly students, think the learning stops when you leave. Actually, the learning starts when you leave. So keeping learning, I'm almost 70 years old and I'm still learning every day. So learning is important to be successful here. So that was great that your team picked out keep learning as a valuable thing that you learned in this program. So kudos to you.
Absolutely. Not only keep learning, willingness to learn.
They say if you stop learning, you might as well be dead. So keep that in mind.
On that note, we're going to move to the next team. Thank you so much, guys. Great job, Office 365.
Thank you.
And thank you, James, for being the first sponsor.
My pleasure. Great program. Nicely run. Thank you.
Thank you so much, James. Okay, Matt and Kevin, if you can please raise your hand.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Mm-hmm.
Hi, how are you guys?
Good. We are good. So give me a second. I'm going to give you a co-host permission.
Good afternoon. How are you guys?
Good afternoon.
Just Mrs. Sina, if you don't mind, would you be able to give me the co-host, because I'm the one that's going to share from my screen?
Okay, give me a second.
Thank you.
Can you do it now?
Yes, I believe so. Can you guys see the screen?
Fantastic. So before we're gonna move to the presentation, I want to acknowledge our sponsors, Matt and Kevin. So Matt, do you want to say a few words about your team and introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Matt Sangren. I'm a policy analyst in the Strategy and Performance Management Office. And this was actually my first semester kind of taking or sharing the lead of a project along with Kevin Chen, who you may hear from here. But this team was great to work with, really easy to work with, great communication. They always came with what we asked of them. And they'll cover this, but the project didn't go exactly as we thought it would, but they adapted well, and I think they still learned something from it, even if it wasn't what we had planned originally.
Wonderful, thank you so much. Kevin, do you want to say a few words?
Yeah, I'll just keep it brief. This team, in a word, it has been just resilient. They've been, given a lot of difficult challenges, and they've shown us throughout the entire semester that they've been able to overcome it. They've shown great poise. They're always attentive. They're always willing to learn. So kudos to them. And, much like the rest of us, we're excited to hear what you guys have to present on. And yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. And on that note, team, good luck.
All right, so I will be starting off. I want to first thank Matt and Kevin for the kind words. I think we can go ahead and get right into it. So my name is Sumer Qureshi, and I am the team lead for the evaluation of our Studio Connect, which is the product that we have here. And let me go to the next slide. There we go. Okay. These are my teammates, me in the center, Tony on the left and me on the right. I want to start off by introducing myself. I'm a 22-year-old senior here at Georgia State University. My major track is data analytics. I have been living in Georgia for a majority of my life. I have recently moved to Fulton County, and I think that working with the county that you live in and are actually a physical part of was basically one of the coolest things about this project. So let's go ahead and get right into it. I will start by introducing the project and explain what the project actually is. So our clients were facing challenges with their data visualization software that they were using at the time. They noticed a lack of features and capability in the software. An example would be limited data visualization options within the software itself. Our main task as a team was to compare Socrata and RStudio Connect. We were doing it side by side with the user requirements that we were given. And the main purpose of this evaluation was to test the capability as well as the functionality of both RStudio Connect and Socrata, and determine as to whether RStudio Connect would be beneficial or a good tool to have in their toolbox for our client or not. Really quickly, I wanted to share our infographic. And I'll go ahead and skim through it. That way you guys can have some insight on the tasks that our team carried out throughout the semester. So in August, we were basically doing a bunch of introductions. We were introduced to the team. We were introduced to the project. We were also introduced briefly towards the software. And coming into September, we started the installation and the debugging of the new software. We also had started some testing, and towards the beginning of October is when we started our detailed research on both of the platforms. November was majority of the time where we were creating our evaluation matrix. We were basically finalizing our testing for both of the softwares. We were focusing on the user requirements, and we were reporting those findings. And towards the beginning of December or late November, you can say we were working on the final documentation, the presentation, as well as rehearsals for this meeting in and of itself. Okay, and so I wanted to go ahead and share some information about a few of the dashboards that we created. These two dashboards were created using Socrata itself. And the reason that I chose to share these charts is to show how both softwares were tested, as well as how they are able to visualize data. I also wanted to point out the relevance of the information inside of these screenshots, as well as the information and and the fact that you'll be able to what questions you would be able to answer based off of looking at these charts. The data set we used for this particular dashboard was the pending cases of the Superior Court. And I know one of my teammates, Min, actually has some insight on it. So I want to go ahead and pass it over to him and we can talk more about it.
All right. So like tomorrow, are we talking about the software, the dashboard?
Yes, we're talking about the dashboards.
Oh,
sorry. There we go.
Okay. Can you go like over this? Like, I'm not sure if this is my slide or your slide because I didn't do that part.
Okay. I'll absolutely go over it. This is basically just a quick explanation of both of these slides. Would be how I was going back to the insight that we can see based on both of these charts. The chart on the left over here that we created basically indicates the amount of pending cases in a given month of a year. So as you can see on the bottom over here, you have the months and the years that are all indicated on the bottom, and these can basically show trends, and it shows the amount of cases that were pending based on the year and the month. And with this chart, you will be able to take a look and gain some insight as to the amount of pending cases, and maybe as to why more people were working on cases and why they weren't. And the same thing when it comes to the graph on the right, when it comes to the types of charges related to the amount of pending cases. So you can see the amount of pending cases, and you can see exactly what their cases are pending based off of with the key on the right-hand side over here. And there's the next slide.
Yes, my name is Min, and like today I will present you guys a RStudio Connect demo. So during the demos, we quite learned a lot of information from RStudio Connect engineer teams and also the sales consultant teams. So I just want to go rip over what is RStudio Connect. So RStudio Connect is a publishing platform for the work for your team to create in R and Python, and it's allowing you to connect and share the following like Shiny application, R Markdown report, Lumber API, dashboard, Jupyter Notebook, and interactive Python-like contents. So during the demos, one of the RStudio Connect consultant team did mention about the single server versus unrestricted server. So the single server platform is designed to handle most of the database management function, such as patching, backup, high availabilities, or just a single server tab configuration. And then unrestricted server allow users to have a multiple server at one. So for example, one of the example I remember he provided, which is the federal government, they're using multiple server, which is for the classified server, and then also for the unclassified server. So based on the recommendations, our RStudio Connect team is recommend Fulton County to use a cloud-based system because it's more security and vice versa for all users to access anywhere they want. And they also recommend to choose RStudio Connect team, which include RStudio Workbench, RStudio Connect, and RStudio Package Managers. And then the price is about $53,000 to $82,000 per year. Based on 10 developers. We were asked how many developers will be using it. So especially right now, only Matt, Kevin, and Steve, and which is our clients, and then like also a couple more like analysts will be using. So we just accumulate like 10 developer and then 500 user reports. So the 500 like users, the also Connect consultant teams mentioned that 500 like user can be spread out to like different like department, and they can share like the user key to do like the report and like dashboard. And moving on like to the next slide, please. During our installation onto like the server, we were quite struggling a little bit because there was some restriction, especially with like the accounts, username and password. But we did contact our client, which is Matt, Kevin, and Mrs. Steve, to provide us a access of restriction. And after they give us that like access, we will go back to install the RStudio Connect and then package like managers smoothly. And we also activate the 45-day like trial for us to like test it like the codes and input that publish this to a active directory. And I will move to like Tony to explain like the Shiny app.
Yes, thank you, Min. So my name is Tony, and I'll be talking about the Shiny app we work with. So after installing RStudio Connect onto Fulton County server, our client wanted us to try and publish a RShiny app onto that server. So we started out by going over some of the lessons RStudio has on their website about the basics of RShiny. And once we got more comfortable with how to build and deploy an RShiny app, we went to the RShiny gallery, where there are tons of examples of Shiny apps we can look at, ranging from complex ones such as interactive visualizations to simple widgets in RShiny. So as we were fairly new to Shiny apps, we decided to work with the Slider Shiny app, which makes use of the slider input widget in Shiny. We took the code provided to us with the app and made slight changes and ran the app to test it. And after that, we attempted to publish the app onto the RStudio Connect server, but we ran into the issue of not being able to log in into our account and connect to the server. And on to the next slide. So here's the code that was given to us with the app. Our Shiny apps require two sets of code, one for the UI, which controls the appearance of the app, and one for the server, which allows you to build the app and run it. We made slight changes to the code by changing the min and max values, the step value, and setting animate to true or false, and etc. And to next slide. So this is how the Slider Shiny app looks once we run it. So you can move the slider from left to right to the values you want, or you can click on the play button and the slider would move on its own. So we wanted to try working with a more advanced Shiny app, but we were unable to due to time constraints as our semester was coming close to an end. However, we were still happy with getting the chance to work in RStudio and learn more about Shiny. And now I will pass it back to Samir.
Sorry. Okay. So I wanted to talk just a very little bit about our evaluation matrix. This is basically how we judge the importance of each requirement that our clients gave to us, and we gave each of the softwares a score. So all the way over here on the left, you see all the requirements that we have, and some of the more important ones are the cost, as well as the amount of users that are able to interact with the software at one given time. And the very first column here that says rank, these are the level of importance based on our clients. And over here towards the right, when you see our Socrata and RStudio Connect, these are the scores that we gave each of these user requirements based on the capability of the software. And the reason that I'm not going to share the actual results of it is because the very next slide is basically our recommendation slide. So I will go ahead and pass it over to, I believe it's Min.
Oh, that's Tony.
Tony, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Samir. For our recommendation, we recommend that Fulton County government should invest into RStudio Connect for their data-related needs. Fulton County we will be able to use this software's variety of visualization tools and sorting features for tasks that would otherwise be not possible for it with their current platform, Socrata. So Connect is easy to integrate with Fulton County's current security protocol, Active Directory, which will make the process of getting authentication set up easy for Fulton County. And you can go to the next slide. And so throughout this semester working with Fulton County, we were able to gain experience working with real clients by helping them with a business problem. We also got more experience working as a team and learning to communicate better with each other as well as create better presentations. Some of the technical skills we learned was installing software onto a Linux server through PuTTY. Learn more about Shiny apps in RStudio and how to publish them. And lastly, we got to work with Socrata and create a dashboard using a Fulton County dataset. And Samir, do you want to say anything else about?
I do have a few thoughts on the slide. I want to mention that, the project was not all sunshine and rainbows. We definitely did have our fair share of issues and difficulties, long nights, but I do want to thank my team. I want to thank Matt and Kevin for always being there. I want to thank, Min. I want to thank Tony, Justina and Jessica as well, Steve. All you guys really helped this whole presentation come together, even though it wasn't the easiest task to take care of. And yeah, I think that concludes what I'd have to say.
And I would like to appreciate Justina and Jessica's Alan send out emails and communication, and also team building. I think it's very a very valuable lesson because I get to meet with a lot of great client and also a recruiter from different companies. And I also would like to thank you, Matt, Kevin, and Steve. They would direct me to different guardians. I'm always looking for opportunities and role in the county. So Matt, Kevin, and Steve, always there with me. And also, I would like to appreciate Dr. Hong and Dr. Martin always give us feedbacks on Milestone and also the whole entire CS program and county government. And we would like to have feedbacks and any questions from our sponsor and Justina.
Thank you so much. Any question? I see there's a question from attendees. Michael. Michael, you can ask your question.
Can I talk? Can people hear me?
Yes, Michael.
Okay. Hey, so my main question is, I really want this project to continue forward because I think there should be a phase 2. So in that note, what was the easiest thing coming into Fulton County as interns, learning RStudio, RShiny, and RStudio Connect? And what was the greatest challenge you faced as interns? In other words, what was the easiest thing and what was the hardest thing? Just so that future interns and next phases know what to prepare for and stuff.
Yes, so I would say at first, I think that Sumer, Tony's, and I, myself, we had already a little bit of basis knowledge in R. So when in introduction to RStudio Connects and also RShiny, especially Matt, Mr. Steve, and Kevin using RShiny, they were able to introduce us a different learning about RShiny. So we were able to. Well, it took us about 2 weeks, a week or two, to learn about RShiny, but it's very well adapted because we already get to know the basics R, so it's just easier transition into R Shiny.
I want to go ahead and build up based off. I'm sorry. Do you want to go first, Tony?
Oh, you can go first.
Okay. I wanted to go ahead and build up based off of what Min had just talked about. As far as the easiest thing goes, I think that would be different based on a person's skill set, as well as what they have going on this semester. So for example, if you have many classes and you also have a class that is treating you like an intern or almost like an employee, maybe a few of the easier things would be having a team that a great team, a team that is able to efficiently split up work and get it done in an efficient way. That could be one, but as far as the hardest part, I wouldn't go as far as to say it's hard because of the strong support from my team. But what I will say is when you are playing with things that are new, for example, I remember when we first started trying to publish our Shiny app onto the server, that was something that was quite difficult for me. I know Matt and Kevin definitely remember the emails I sent them regarding that back when we were tasked with that. But yeah, does that answer your question?
That answers my question. I mainly was asking it because I really do think that this project needs a phase 2, especially because of the improvements our Studio Connect will do and fixing a lot of the bugs that I think are the different R analysts happen here, and that security sometimes happens when they have to install the software and stuff. And it just fixes a lot of different bugs. So I really
Thank you, Michael, for your feedback. And now we're going to move to the next question. Dirk?
Yeah, my question to you guys is this information that you have learned, taking it forward, how does it work for you guys into your project, into the scope of your job or your next career?
Sorry, can you repeat that question one more time? I didn't.
What you have learned here, taking it into your career, how does it help you and what did you learn?
Tony, do you want to go ahead and start first? Okay.
Well, for me, I'm doing CIS and I'm focused on data analytics. So working with RStudio and making visualizations and dashboards. I guess that's what I want to do in my career. So learning more about that helped me a lot.
I'll go ahead and build up based off of what Tony said. After this program, I definitely feel more confident being able to go into a workplace and actually feel like I would be making a difference there. Because I'm actually a Capstone intern and I haven't had a job or a position or intern in the field just yet. And the insight that this project was able to give me was that with my skill set and being motivated to learn and being able to actually put in the hours of work, that I would be able to fit in and provide value to a team in the future. Min, if you have any thoughts.
Yes, so I'm always fascinated like what Matt and Kevin do like every day as a part of their responsibilities, and like I thought this like projects give us a quick like scope of what they will be like doing. This part of it like building like dashboard visualization, but I think a part of this project is more like IT project management. But for next, like for example, for next year starting January, I will be intern at Fulton County with Matt, Kevin, and Mr. Steve. So that's like for this like projects I can carry is like, okay, so I learned the basis of R Shiny. So now I can continuously learn the R/Shinies and adapt it like into the environment of Matt and Kevin like is doing.
Another member from Capstone students becomes a member of Fulton County family. So, congratulations, Min, on your internship.
Thank you.
If there's no more questions for the team, congratulations. So we thank you, and we're going to move to the next team, which is court automations.
Thank you so much, Justina.
Yes,
you're very welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Please raise your hand if you are part of the court automation team.
Justina, can I go ahead and get the screen share permissions?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Do we have Ms. Micah? 1 second. I want to make sure that we have everyone on the call.
Okay.
Alice? Do we have Alice?
Yes, I'm here.
Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure that. We're a little behind the schedule, so let's make sure we have everyone. Give me 1 second.
Okay. So are we waiting on someone still, or?
Yes, we're still waiting. 2 more moments, please.
Okay, wonderful. We have Ms. Micah. Perfect. Okay. Micah, do you want to say a few words before we're going to start with the presentation? Micah, you're muted. Okay, Alexandra, go ahead, start with your presentation. Maybe Micah has a challenge with her mic.
Okay.
Ready when you are.
I'm ready.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. We are the core automation team. I'm here with my partner, Alexander. My name is Alice. Alexander is the Linux and R specialist as well as a team lead, whereas I was in charge of Tableau and modeling. We'll be talking about what exactly our project was, what we did for our project, as well as the lessons that we learned over the course of our project. So our sponsors and clients included Judge Thomas Cox, Micah Womack, Justina Grinholk, and Michael Lane. So Judge Cox is the actual end beneficiary of our project. Our project will help him speed up his cases. Miss Michael will be the end user. She'll be using our project to help her schedule court cases and help her make decisions. Justina is the project coordinator. She's the one who helped us get in contact with our sponsors. And Michael Lane is our mentor and project overseer. So he has basically worked on and watched over this project from start to finish. So our project was to help reduce case duration from indictment to close. So currently in the Fulton County court system, in the superior courts, there are so many cases and it takes a long time for Ms. Micah to actually do the scheduling and making decisions on when to do the scheduling. And because of this, it's not considered as a speedy trial in the Constitution. So people can just directly appeal after a certain amount of time has passed. So what we want to do is reduce this case duration. We have the previous group's work and they have already built a machine learning model and Tableau dashboard that we just need to go in and improve on. So we need to make the Tableau dashboard update automatically by deploying the previous group's code into a cloud environment to run on a schedule. Before our team went in and worked on it, it was not updating automatically. It was not automated at all. So whenever there was new data or the model needed to be retrained or updated again, sorry, someone needed to go in and manually do those things, click on buttons, basically upload those files. And it would basically take a long time because you would have to wait until each file was done running before you could do the next one. The inherited code uses Tableau Prep for data cleaning and R for machine learning. And the Tableau Prep can be run on the same server the dashboard is hosted on. Currently, we already have the Tableau Prep server. and that's where we've been uploading our prep files to. Whereas the original scope included a VMware Linux server for our R files, but this was a major bottleneck for our project because even until now, we have not received the R server, and we decided to go with AWS maybe around Thanksgiving, and we submitted a request for this server and it has been approved, but because the financial year has already closed, or the fiscal year has already closed, we're not able to get this AWS server and it's only coming in January. So the methodology that we followed was MLOps, which stands for Machine Learning Operations. It's an agile methodology based on DevOps, and the strengths of this methodology is the continuous cycle of developing, monitoring, and deploying machine learning models for users. So we already had the model built by the previous teams. All we had to do was to go in and verify, package, release, configure, and monitor the model. Here you can see a high-level process diagram. So what this diagram shows is where the data is coming from, how the data is being used, and where the data is going before it's sent to the dashboard. So you can see the green bubbles are actually, after we've done all the cleaning on the data and everything, this data actually goes to those green bubbles, which are the models that are basically doing the predictions and sending those predictions to the purple boxes, which are the dashboard that Judge Cox and Ms. Micah can use and see. So verifying.
Sorry.
It's okay. So verifying and packaging. Each of our prep files utilize multiple R files and had multiple outputs. So this was from the previous teams that worked on this project. The problem with this is that it's very difficult to audit for problems and it's very intensive to run. So if any errors cropped up in the R script or even in the Tableau flow, like you couldn't really know what exactly the error was or where the error was because the flow would not tell you. You would have to go in and search for it one by one, go through every single line of code and each part of the flow before you could find it. And that's very cumbersome and not efficient at all. In addition, because it's running so many R files at once and having so many outputs, it's intensive and it takes a lot of memory to run, and therefore it takes a very long time to run. So what we actually did was we went in and we split each of these prep files down to a maximum of one R file and one output. And by doing so, we accomplished reducing the runtime from over 6 hours to just 1 hour. We also sent each of these outputs to the Tableau server where the dashboard is stored, and we published each prep file to the Tableau server. So we had to do this in order to put all these files on a schedule, and this is the automation part, because once we have these files on the server and they're on a schedule, you no longer need to go in and manually run them. They will run based on the schedule that you put them on. And while we were doing this, we also corrected errors as they occurred to make sure all the files were correct as by the time we uploaded them onto the server. Here you can see our unit tests. So as we were working on our files, we carried out unit tests and we recorded what exactly we did for the test, whether or not it passed or failed, the file name, which is like the actual file that we were testing, and then the number of R scripts, as well as any comments, which sometimes we put what error came up or something that we had to go back and look at. So this is really important because this is a step of our documentation. So if there were any failing tests or any files with multiple R scripts in it, we would record it here. And then once we went through everything, we could go back and quickly see which files we had to work on additionally.
So the next step was to package all of these prep files and have them running remotely. So Tableau Prep uses rserve to run the R files remotely. It's against standard operating procedures to have more than one application on a server. So the Tableau Prep files are running on a Tableau server, so they couldn't also have R on that same server, so it needed to be on a separate server. The ways in procuring this R server actually bottlenecked our project by a lot. So to work around this limitation, we had two separate methods for actually testing these things. First, we tested the integration of rserve and Tableau Prep by putting R on the test Tableau server that we were testing things on in a Windows environment. While this goes against standard operating procedures, we did get approval from Michael Lane to do it because it was just a test server and it was okay if that crashed, they could always roll it back. And this allowed us to find a lot of problems in the R files, such as file paths not working in a server environment, whereas they worked on a local computer, and other various problems like that. And then the other method that we used is we purchased a small Linux R server to put R on to test how that setup would go when we actually put it in a Linux environment, which allowed us to create a tutorial for future groups to be able to come in and actually set that up once they have the R server. These two methods allowed us to run unit tests that only work with remote installations of RServe. Like I said, some of the file paths relied on being on a certain computer. So when they were put on a different computer, they no longer worked. And another issue that we ran into was libraries. So R uses libraries like Python packages in order to run certain functions. And none of the files had a step to install libraries that they used. So we had to create a new file to install all the libraries on the server at the start of the project. Our next step was to release this packaged version. So we had to connect all those data sources that the prep files made to the Tableau dashboard. So originally these were comma separated value sheets, which are files stored locally on the computer. And once we set them to the server, they became Tableau extracts. So this change in data type meant that Tableau forgot a lot of the various changes that happened to the data, such as changing names to make them more human readable and colors to keep things consistent between versions of the dashboard. We had to make sure that those remain consistent and go back and manually change those because of that change in data type. We also added some of the changes the client wanted, such as a zoom slider. So you can see on this slide, this screenshot of the dashboard, all of those data elements on the right, those dots, they kind of overlap with each other. It's really hard to read. Whereas with the zoom slider, you can zoom in onto just a particular year, a particular set of years, and you can see they're much more spaced out and much easier to look at. So the next step after that is to configure and monitor the data. So we allowed the automation to process daily for several days. And we noticed a couple of errors popping up as we allowed this to happen. First, we noticed some read-write conflicts. So some of the files were reading to files that were currently being written to by other files. So there was an error where it couldn't read what was being written to, and the flow failed because of it. We also noticed that a lot of the files were bunching up. A lot of the files were being scheduled for the same time, and that meant that if they were in a queue, there was a long queue time waiting for one file to finish and the next file to start. So we fixed this by spacing out the files to assure that they run in order and that there is time between files, so that way there's no long queue time. Then we tested running the models on our test servers to see what kind of problems we run into running the model specifically. So like with the other R files, we noticed that the file paths had to be fixed because they used absolute file paths rather than relative file paths. And we also ran into the trouble that because the training data was now on the Tableau server as a Tableau extract rather than as a CSV, the model could no longer pull it in because you can't pull directly from a Tableau server using an R file. And while we could make a prep file and do it through RServe, because these models take so long to run, and that is a connection over a network, there was a chance for a network timeout, and we didn't want to have to worry about those things happening. So since we wanted those files to run directly on the Linux server, not running through Tableau at all, we fixed this by outputting the data additionally to an SQL server and using SQL integration in R in order to get that training data to R. Something that we noticed during this testing is that the models actually run faster in a server environment by a factor of about 20%. So the results of our project, we do have automation on the test servers, but we don't currently have automation on the production servers because we don't currently have a production R server. But what we do have is robust documentation and completed endpoint files to expedite the process of actually doing that deployment to production servers when they're ready. The production R server, like Alice said earlier, is expected in January. And the next steps for this project would be to set up the production R server once it's delivered, point all those Tableau prep files to the production Tableau server and the production R server, which is just a case of opening up all the files and changing them going from test server to production server, and running unit and system tests to ensure all those connections are working properly. Once that's done, the automation is completely complete, and all that's left is dashboard improvements and model improvements to make sure that the final product is as good as it can be for the client. So the lessons we learned during this project is project success isn't binary. So we didn't meet our original goal of deploying the automation onto production servers, but we made it as painless as possible to do so in the future, which I feel is still a really good outcome for this project given the limitations. We also learned how to work around bottlenecks. The lack of an R server really slowed down our work because a lot of our project plan really relied on testing the R server. So we found ways to test those concepts without having that dedicated R server, which allowed us to continue adding value to the project even though we had that bottleneck. We also readied endpoints for when the bottleneck had passed. So we came up with every possible way these could break and fix those things in advance. So that way, when the time came to actually test them, there would be fewer errors to look at. And one thing that we learned is the difference between personal and professional programming. So as students, a lot of us, when we have programming projects in class, we throw together a bunch of code, don't comment it, give it to our professors, and then we don't look at it again. And if we do look at it again, we don't know what we did. Whereas in a professional environment, you have to make sure that the people who come in after you are able to maintain your code and read it and understand it. So using these methodologies and using the system development lifecycle like we learned in school and actually having to apply these things in a real environment really helped cement the fact that, yes, all of this is really important if someone's going to come back through later and work on your project. To close, we would like to give a special thanks to everyone who helped with this project, to include Judge Thomas Cox and Ms. Michael Womack for being our clients, as well as Justina Grinholk, who again helped us with connecting with our clients and sponsors, Terrence Harris, who was in charge of the data that all of our code runs on, Jason Kendrick, Michael Lane, and Steve Williams for helping us a lot with developing the project, Matthew Mayoffer, who helped us with procuring the AWS server, and Narendra and Chad, who also helped at various stages of the project. Are there any questions?
I see one in chat. What
you do
language
see a
did we
question?
code in? It was a mixture of R for the data processing and then Tableau for cleaning. So R was what we were doing the modeling in.
Please raise your hand. Oh, Terrence. Okay. Terrence, go ahead.
Correct. And the system tests were primarily in R.
Thank you, Michael. Terrence, do you have a question for the team?
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, guys.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Alice, Alexander. Sorry I wasn't able to join you guys this semester. Great work. We appreciate all the work you've done. This is my question centers around the fact that this is a long-standing project that had a lot of history behind it. So can you talk about first the learning curve for something? This project has been going on for about, 2 or 3 years. So talk about your learning curve.
2.5 years.
Yeah, so we're actually phase 5 of this project. There are 4 phases that came before us. We had access to all the previous phases documentation and things that they learned and what their end project looked like. And that helped a lot with understanding the project and looking at everything. Another thing that really helped was originally a lot of the data cleaning was in R, but then they transferred it to Tableau Prep. And as someone who has done data cleaning in R, I cannot tell you how much better it is to work with Tableau Prep. It is so much easier to look at a Tableau Prep flow and understand what it's doing, and be able to go in and easily edit any part of it, and it just works. With that said, there were some things that their documentation was either didn't cover or had some mistakes in, and whether that was due to rolled back code that we didn't notice, or simply a mistake on their part. There was a slight learning curve there, and Michael definitely did help with that, considering he'd been with this project since the beginning, and he was able to go back through based off his memory and figure out, okay, what was this originally? And we could go back through our documentation and update it.
And one last question, if you don't mind, just for my clarity. I'm sorry, did I cut anybody off?
No, go ahead, Terrence.
Good. One last question for clarification. The testing for the R code, has that been done? That was not done in AWS yet, right?
No, it has not been done in AWS. All of the models were tested on the Windows environment because they dealt with sensitive data. So we wanted to keep it on Fulton servers. But we did make a version of our models that ran on fake data so we could see how they'd run on the Linux environment as well. So there was no sensitive data on that Linux environment. It was all fake data, but we were able to test at least some of the models on the Linux environment.
Well, thank you guys for all your hard work. I know there were continuity issues and learning curve issues, so thank you for all your hard work and
thank you for all the help with the data, Terrence. I know that we didn't really interact with you a lot, but based off of what Michael told us, even just getting the data was itself a journey, and I appreciate all the work you do with the SQL server and getting that data to us.
Sure, all the best to you guys.
Thank you, Terrence. Great questions. Anybody else has a question? Do we have any question in the chat? Okay. If we don't have any more questions, I want to thank you all for your contribution and great job. We appreciate you. You guys already had the presentation in front of Judge Cox and Ms. Micah. So you guys should be more comfortable today, huh?
Yeah.
Definitely. So thank you very much. Great job. And we're going to move to the next team.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are moving to record retention. Please raise your hand.
While these people are joining, do I need to rejoin?
Stay tuned. We're going to take care of it. Thank you. Okay, we have Michael. Wonderful. We have all the team members. Yes, Malcolm, that will help. Because the light behind you is actually.
Are you able to make me co-host so I can share my screen?
Absolutely.
I'll also need to share my screen as well to demonstrate the application.
Okay, hello everyone. Today we'll be doing the last presentation for the Fulton County Capstone project.
So before we're gonna move to that, thank you. I wanna make sure that Chad, he can introduce himself and you as a team, and then we can move forward.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
Yeah, hey everybody, I'm Chad Carlisle, I'm Application Development Manager for Enterprise Applications for IT. So I just first want to say thank you to Justina for yet again a successful program and an amazing program that's not only beneficial for Fulton County, but for all of these students that get to participate. It's an amazing experience for these students and for us as sponsors. And I want to say thank you to her for that. This team, and I've already had this discussion with them, but they are such an amazing group of students. I felt a little bad because they came in and didn't really need a lot of help from me, which is unusual. This is my sixth group of Capstone students, And I felt like a parent who didn't really needed that much anymore. So, but they came in, and I basically just went over the project and the requirements and the things that were expected and needed. And they knew what their roles were in this project. They were also successful in working together and communicating effectively. And I am super proud of what they have done. Their presentation skills are mind-blowing to me right off the bat. They were amazing. Which most teams, they start out, and they build up and they get better and better. But this team has done amazing from the very beginning. I've just been so shocked and surprised how well they've done. So I'm super proud of them. And I'll turn it over to them and let them tell you what they've done.
Thank you, Chad. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So today we'll be doing the last presentation for the Fulton County Capstone project. We are the records retention team. My name is Marwani Alvarez.
My name is Michael Gassessa.
I'm Malcolm Hutchinson.
And our sponsor is Chad. So I'm going to start with introducing the project that we've been doing for the semester. Chad did make it very clear that our focus would be this records retention book that it lives in the county clerk office. This record retention book has the locations of different records on it. So what our task was to convert this hard copy book into a digital format, that way making it a little bit easier to search for the locations that are on it. And that is our main problem. So as you see on the left top corner, that is the binder with the records retention book. It has the different records locations like I was talking about earlier. Now, when a county clerk employee needs to look for a location, they have to sort out their pages of this book to try to find that location. Now, when they finally find that location, they send in a request form to the record center in order to pull out that file. Now, they send out these request forms by faxing each other, which I would say is very outdated and time consuming. So what we're doing is trying to make a task that used to take 10 minutes or more to do it in under a minute to search for these locations.
And we went through many situations to research the front end. The first one was AppSheet, MRC productivity in WordPress. PHP is a language which allows you to take data from a database and code it. But we went with internal IO, which offers a free to build apps. It's also easy to use as well. There's no code required, and there are plenty of guides and tutorials available, which were pretty helpful for new people like us. I think you skipped the slide. Actually, I think you skipped the one before the front end as well.
Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go.
We also had to research a lot for our backend solutions. This was going to power the front end as well. And we looked through many options. The first being an Access database, mainly Microsoft Access, which is kind of like a different version of Excel with more power. We looked at a cloud database and also a website where it also handles the front end and the back end. But in the end, we decided on MySQL, which is a visual design tool, using the MySQL workbench, which was pretty useful to our project. Also, lots of developers use MySQL, so it's widely adopted throughout the industry. And it's also scalable, and there's also security with the data that we'll be inputting in this database.
Yeah, so based on the forms from the book that we talked about earlier, we was able to take that and build a database schema from it. And then using MySQL, we was able to input that schema into MySQL using MySQL Workbench as a management tool. And that was our initial database. Next slide.
We encountered many roadblocks when we were developing our application. And one of the main ones was connecting internal IO to the database. And the main issue was because we didn't have a gateway. And Another thing we had to do was migrate the database to Fulton County servers, which took some back and forth with the team. And we also had some problems installing SQL Server Management Studio. We needed administrative permissions in order to do that. We also had firewall issues, but after all those were addressed, we figured out that internal IO does not support SQL Server 18. I'll pass it over to Michael.
So like we mentioned earlier, we decided on a database and a UI tool, which is a web app, and we'll discuss more on those tools.
So we developed a new front-end solution. We did a lot of research into this, and we found out that the best were Microsoft Sheets and also Microsoft Power Apps. In the end, we ended up going with Power Apps because of the ability to share applications using Microsoft services, including LinkedIn, Outlook, and more. There was a bunch of free features as well, and we were able to develop without paying for anything. It was easier to connect to the database, and there's also multi-platform support, including PC, your phone, and more. It also had its own gateway that we were able to install that fixed the issues that were previously plaguing us with internal IO.
Yes, so Microsoft Power Apps was our choice for the front end of our solution, which was to build an app for the office to input data into. Microsoft Power Apps allows you to connect, create, and share, and is also available on the iOS, able to download it or on Microsoft Teams as well as on the browser. So that was the reason for our choice for Microsoft Apps. And for our backend, like we talked about earlier, we had to move our MySQL database to Fulton County's SQL Server. And with the help of some of the administrators and obviously Chad, we were able to do that. To do so, we had to download SQL Server Management. And that was we also needed some help with that, and David was able to help us with that. Next slide. Okay, so this is kind of an overview of the app. So on the left side, we see the Microsoft Power Apps that we built. It's like a screenshot of the app. We're able to see that if you click on one of the records, you're able to insert records into that row. And then that app uses the internet gateway that we talked about earlier, that Microsoft app provides internally. And that internet gateway is able to transfer that data to the SQL Server database. And then we see on the right side that the database is updated with a simple query. Okay, so the final product is, so we digitized the product, the system, and now the county clerk office is able to insert and retrieve data using the web app.
So our team worked very well together because of the communication that we had using things like GroupMe, Microsoft Teams, as well as Trello. We utilized a private Trello board for the records retention team in order to split up tasks of our deliverables. We even invited our sponsor, Chad, to this Trello board in order for him to see what we were doing each week.
We took away a lot of things from working with this project. The first was working without supervision. Unlike a regular internship, you're not clocking in, people aren't watching you. And we also had a lot of freedom in the direction that we wanted to go for this project. So we had to figure out how we could work without the hand-holding that many other jobs have. And we also needed to not be afraid to ask questions. When we were trying to connect into internal IO, we had many problems. So we had to reach out and network to the many members of the Fulton County team that helped us address these problems. We learned a lot of public communication skills through this project. Every week, we always had to speak with our club sponsor in order to make sure that the project was going well. And we also have to speak here today and speaking to a lot of people. And in the end, we got to use our real world skills that we use through our courses, and we were able to solve a real world business problem with it. And in the end, it was an invaluable experience for all three of our members for this project.
And here's our special thanks that we wanted to give to Chad, Jason, David, Justina, and Chanel. Every one of them has helped us throughout this project and making it a success. I want to do a big special thank you to Chad, our sponsor. He was very informative and helpful throughout the whole project, and we really appreciate it. And before our presentation ends, Malcolm's going to show you guys a visual of the app that we've created.
So here's a visualization of our app. If you want to add something, you press here and we can add a new item. So I'm going to name this one RID 13, and I'll just say the box number is 14. The contents, we can say for case. You can input the destroy date here. So we'll just say that it's the 31st. And you can also input the first date right here. And we can go through years right here. We can say it was 2018. And we can say it was March, for example. So we can say, do that. And then after, you can input the last date right here. We'll just say it's December 8th. And then you can also input the location right here. So we can say Atlanta. And we can also name the title. So we can say records. From there, you can click right here and it'll load it up into the database. And as it's doing this, the actual database is updating with the new information. And we can search it up using the search bar right here. So as we can see here, it's gonna load up right here. And if you want to change something, you can click in here and press the edit button. And that's mostly the basis of our app right here. Now I'll turn it over. Are there any questions?
Let me check the attendees. But meanwhile, when I'm looking for a question, I want to ask you actually a question. What was the reaction from your client when they were able to see the final product?
Justina, I'll say. So actually, they have not seen it yet. So so I mean, this is my first time seeing it actually in action. So I mean, I'm like kind of floored. I mean, these guys really took the requirements that I gave them and built an application from scratch. The clerk is very well aware that once they get the application that they're going to have to do the data entry to get the data in there. But to see it actually functioning, I mean, this is a manual paper book that they have used. I know I've been with the county for 14 years and it's been in that office for 14 years and even before that. So I would say even more than 20 years that book has been in that office. And that is how they have searched for items and called back items and sent items to the record center. So to have something like this that we can have in the database that is, and thank you so much to Jason and his team for giving us the ability to have the database and to migrate the database that they use for .internal over to a Fulton County database. So now Fulton County can have it and back up the data and the maintenance and all of that stuff can be done under Fulton County's watch. And I think it's going to be amazing once the data is populated and the clerk's office can do the data entry. It's going to be, mind blowing and changing for them. And I think other departments who have to call data back from the data center or do the same types of requests could benefit from the same application. So I'm excited to see where it goes and super proud of these guys.
Oh, wonderful. So I hope before they're going to leave, you will set up a meeting.
Oh yeah, I just talked to the clerk about it. I just told her we're about to do it. And she's super excited.
Wonderful. Yeah. I'm so excited for them. So Donald, I see you have raised your hand. You have a question?
Yeah, well, more of an observation. I think it is a fantastic step in the right direction, this kind of automation, because it's just not for the core, but I can see the extension in other departments because when I need some of my old records, it's a nightmare for me to get. It's a nightmare for me to even be able to classify what I want to, put in archives and then see it at a later date. I think it's a step in the right direction. So Great job. I really appreciate all the hard work that you put in, but the proof of the pudding is when we actually see it in action and I can find that document I'm looking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donald. Do we have any more questions? If we don't have any more questions, we're going to invite next team. I'm going to move to M. Oh, hold on 1 second. Call M scheduler. We're going to move to the next team. Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. Great job.
Thank you.
So I like to say the best comes last. That's my team. Control M.
Yes. So Jessica, if you can promote the team.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
We're good to go. Donald, are you going to give us an intro or?
Donald gonna do the intro, yes.
Yeah, I'll do an intro. I'm going to
We have
first.
Danny in there?
Yeah, I'm going to first crack at
I'm right
that
here.
joke. I said, when I first started with coal power, I said, how do I get coal power to become nuclear power, right? So coal power started with, hey, and June started with little or nothing. They had no background, nothing. But I'm so delighted to say both Cole, you and Danny have done an outstanding job in terms of moving where we want. I had a certain mindset on the scheduler that I wanted to move to. And you did a great job in convincing me otherwise and holding on to exactly what we already had, but doing some configuration. And I like the fact that you were able to challenge the team and say, listen, you guys got something good here, keep it, but this is what you need to do. But with that, I'd like you to go ahead and give your presentation.
Right. So if you can make me the co-host, I'll share my screen. All right, sweet. All right, can you see it?
Yes, we can see it. Good
Sweet.
luck.
All right, yeah, thank you. Let's get started. All right, so hello, everyone. We're glad you stayed this long to watch our presentation. We know we're presenting last, so everyone's probably checked out at this point, but we're glad you're here, at least in spirit. So our Capstone project was with Fulton County, and we've been given the task of handling the transition and migration from Control M within their software scheduler that Fulton County uses. The software scheduler that Fulton County uses is Control M, and it's fantastic. And we believe that the software is just as great as the customer service they offer. So a little introduction to us. I'm Cole Power, and I've got Danny Wynn with me. We've been partners this semester for this project. He's probably the person I've done the most collaboration with for my entire career as a college student. And he's a really great guy. I think we're best friends now. So say hello to everyone, Danny.
Thank you, Cole. So hello, everyone. I'm Danny, and I'm going to briefly explain our project scope and why it is important to Fulton County. To start off, we had the pleasure of working with our project sponsors, Donald, Rupa, and Naranja, alongside the Control M team. They have assigned us with the task of providing a recommendation whether we should switch vendors for their current scheduling software, and that is Control M. And the vendor in question that is being compared to Control M is JAMS. They want us to explore what opportunities can it offer that Control M does not. For example, costs, training, a better quality of life, and customer support. And why is this important to Fulton County? Control M is responsible for running payroll jobs such as HR and financials, and making sure these jobs run at the correct times and notifying the recipients is vital in the county's daily operations. I mean, who doesn't want to get paid in time? And this is a rundown of what we've been doing these past few months since the initiation of the project. In September, our first task was to understand what a software scheduler is and what is the batch job. It was the basis for us to better understand the nature of the product and its importance. Then in October, we explored other software schedulers for us to better differentiate the types of services they're capable of and what is considered best in class. After demonstrating our knowledge on the importance of scheduling software, we then shifted our attention to JAMS and the current issues within Control M. And by November, we met with the vendor Control M to communicate our issues with the system, while also later having JAMS run a demo of us and the team. The control M vendor then followed up with an engineer to provide us with a resolution. And now, as we're reaching December, our configuration session with the vendor has provided the control M team an answer to their problem. And moving forward, we'd like to move on to our final recommendations. Next, I'll have Cole explain our journey more in detail and how our communications went with the vendors.
All right, so upon joining the Fulton County team, we were told we would be assisting in the process of deciding which software scheduler is best for Fulton County. We were introduced to Control M, which is their current software scheduler, and we were tasked with learning the ins and outs of the software, as well as understanding the purpose and the role that any software scheduler can fulfill. Throughout the first weeks, we became confident in our understanding of software schedulers, and we were prepared to compare different options. But around the midpoint of the semester, we were introduced to a glaring issue in our Control M configuration, which was causing inconsistencies in our Control M server. These issues concerned our team and almost turned them off from the Control M software. So finding the solution was very important to be able to fairly compare multiple schedulers. And in order to best explain our issue, I'll give a quick background of what goes on behind the scenes of our Control M scheduler. So our scheduler holds many tasks. These tasks are known as batch jobs, and these batch jobs will automatically complete on a schedule determined by the Control M administrator. And once one job is complete, it will send a return code to the Control M server. And here it is the server's job to read the return code and act accordingly. All batch jobs are ran in our Control M server in a linear manner and have a specific order in which they should be completed. For example, so a satisfactory return code would be read by the server and the next batch job would be granted permission to start running. But if the return code is unsatisfactory, the server should halt and no longer move on to the next task. But the issue that we encountered was that our Control M configuration had an error in our return code syntax that led to jobs returning unsatisfactory return codes, and the system would continue running as if the last task was completed successfully, which it was not. And this is a system-breaking error and caused lots of confusion in our team at Fulton County. Luckily, Control M offers an amazing customer support experience, and they walked us through our Control M configuration and helped us locate and solve our problem. So let me tell you a little bit more about Control M. It does everything we ask of it now without error. Since we've spent the last couple of weeks improving our configuration with the help of their customer support. Control M has a competitive price and is a great option for any size company. And we believe that in our experience with Control M, the greatest selling point we found is their customer support. We can vouch for the customer support because they're willing to go the extra mile to ensure that all of their customers' configurations work properly. And now Danny's going to tell you a little bit about Jams.
Oh, so the second vendor, Jams, they walked us through a demo of their product and why we should consider switching to their platform. Before the Jams demo, their services seemed favorable to us. However, we had to consider the switching costs before we make the transition. Fulton County pays roughly more annually on Control M than they would on Jams. But you also must consider the training, the physical movement of equipment, the installations, and the numerous sessions it will take to kickstart a service that Fulton County already has in hand. Additionally, the session of Jams did not provide enough information, for example, training opportunities. And as of right now, Control M is the much more feasible option between the two.
All right, so our verdict, we've come to the conclusion that the best course of action would be to continue using Control M. We believe that if it isn't broken, don't fix it. We've experienced problems with Control M, like we've said, but we were able to solve those problems because of the customer support. And Danny and I agree that the customer service from Control M made us feel very comfortable with this service. As of right now, there are no problems with our current configuration, but due to prior events, we are confident that if these errors do arise again, they can be resolved.
And that wraps up the end of our project. We would like to thank our project sponsors, Donald, Rupa, and Naranja, for allowing us to experience this project. We also appreciate the Control M team and those who worked with us, Patricia, Jock, Salam, Gregory, and Chad for walking us through on how this works and providing us valuable feedback. And lastly, huge gratitude to Justina for organizing all of this and guiding this entire process. Overall, I enjoyed the entirety of the project. I learned a lot of lessons from the team, soft skills like speaking, presenting, and being comfortable in a meeting setting. There were moments where we were pushed for times, but it was a good learning experience for us to adapt and work at a moment's notice. And as you know, with times like these, everybody is busy. So I learned to value time more and that you should make full use of it. And
Thank you,
here's a
everyone.
photo of the entire team. Thank you everyone for listening to us.
Please ask questions.
Let's see if any of the attendees has a question for you. Please raise your hand if you have a question for the team. Attendees, they don't have a question. Panelists?
I think fantastic. I mean, Cole and Danny, you guys started off knowing literally nothing on what a software scheduler is. And the good thing about both of you, you admitted that you knew nothing. And that's the starting point, because if you don't know anything and you say you know something, then I'm going to assume that. But fortunately, you were honest. And that's the level of authenticity that I like professionals to have. If you don't know anything, that's okay. But you also showed that you were willing to take the challenge head on and learn everything you could as quickly as possible on what a scheduler does. And you also helped my team to stop seeing paint dry, because we stopped using Control M and we were watching every batch job because we were very unsure whether it's going to work or not. So now you actually saved the county a lot of productive time, because now we can solely depend on Control M doing what it's supposed to do, which is basically by making those changes in the code, we know whether the job is successful or not. So, folks in my payroll team can actually rest and relax and not spend all night watching whether a job has gone through or not. That has helped me a great deal. That helps Jack and the payroll team to sleep well, and also ensuring that the job gets done. So fantastic. And I think, like Danny rightly said, when you started off, you'll had issues on presentation skills, and we pushed you to the limit and you came out successfully. You guys presented well. You were able to stand on your own, and sometimes we would get you into some trick questions and trick challenges, and you were able to stand on your own. And that makes a big deal, because you'll see that in real life, that you have to be convinced of something or a position, and you're not afraid to do it because you've done your homework. So, and sometimes the intention gave you very little time, because that's how the world will work, right? And you're still able to come out A class. So fantastic, great job. And I wish you all the best in your careers ahead. I think you have what it takes to make a very sound software professional.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Donald. Any other feedbacks from the team? On that note, wow, we finished.
Yes.
We made it. So now we're going to do the poll. We're going to vote for the best presentation. I'm so proud of all of you. I know it's a long, long day for me and Jessica, and for all of you and all the sponsors. So I really, really appreciate you. So Jessica, let's promote everyone to the panelists. Let's see everyone. I'm going to take it from the bottom. Professor Martin, you're still with us. We thank you.
I smell supper cooking though, so I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here.
A few more minutes.
Okay.
A few more minutes. We have a few more announcements at the end. So let's just. You should see the setup that I and Jessica, we have it here in this room. It's like a war room. I think we're going to take a picture of this. And then we have a Chris on the other end that he's supporting us too with the YouTube. It's quite a setup. Okay, wonderful. Now can we see everyone? Please turn your camera on.
Angel, weren't you the first presentation this morning?
I sure was, yes.
Wow. Well, congratulations for sticking through.
Angel, do you want to share or you want to keep it?
I will share actually.
Go
Yeah.
and share because I'm so proud of you.
Yes, I went from being a homeless college dropout to accepting a six-figure salary job, not even graduated yet, with Google.
Awesome.
And not only that, she
Congratulations.
just finished her presentation at 10:30 and then she jumped on the interview.
Yeah, then came back.
Yes, yes.
Way to
And
go, Angel.
I also want to mention, I shared with the global stakeholders my Fulton County project, and they were very impressed. So use that in your interview whenever you're interviewing. Show your projects, offer, share it. It's a really good idea. But thank you, Justina.
You're welcome. I'm so proud of you. My team is making me proud. I'm like, oh, I've seen that text message. I'm like, there you go. That's my girl. I love those text messages. You guys always do that. So fantastic. Okay, awesome. Now we're gonna do the poll. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay. 1 second. So by watching all the presentation, please select the one you think was the best. And we have a little award for the team and a little certificate that will be shipped to your address. Ready? Okay, go ahead, guys.
It says hosts and panelists cannot vote.
Yeah, we're getting the same thing.
It won't let me vote either.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I got to tell you, Justina is the most accomplished Zoom architect I've ever seen. She does things in here all the time I've never seen before. So you're amazing.
There you go, guys. That should work for all of you.
I think these are the results.
Yeah, this is the results page, not the
No,
voting page.
hold on a second.
Looks like a tie.
No. I don't have that many gifts. Hold on 1 second.
We'll pretend those zeros were 100.
Yeah.
And the poll?
All of them were so good, it's hard to choose.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, there you go, guys. Okay.
We're not allowed to bypass the second question because of the long work.
Yeah, it says we got to
So
pick one
yes.
from each session.
Exactly, yes, yes, because we don't have that many choices.
Okay.
Are we done?
It wouldn't let me vote.
Who can I vote?
It's me, Cole.
Cole?
Mm-hmm.
You're special, huh?
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second. Let me just remove it. Go try now.
Oh, I got it. Okay, cool.
You got it?
Yep. Congrats, Angel, by the way.
We are all learning on the go. Okay. You guys done?
Angel, when do you start your new job?
I start in January.
Awesome. So not even a couple of weeks, right? You're going to be starting pretty soon.
Pretty soon, yeah.
That's awesome.
I'm excited. Yeah, everything that you've told me at the checkpoint meetings really helps me with the interview too.
Yeah, I know some people take that personally, but I'm just trying to help and explain how things work.
Yeah, it helped a lot.
Okay, we have a big announcement for the best team. And our best team is Center of Excellence. Trello team. Thank you so much.
Wow. Awesome.
Way to go, guys. Congratulations.
Yes. So Angel and the team, we're gonna need your addresses. We're gonna send your little gifts and little certificate.
Okay. I didn't expect that. Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good day for you guys. And
Great job.
I told my mom today, I was like, Mom, I wish I sent that YouTube video to you for her to watch during work, because I told her I was presenting today and I didn't realize until like we started presenting I was going to be on YouTube. Oh well, I promised her I'd show her tonight, but wow. Okay.
Well, the recording's still going to be there, so she can go back and watch it.
Yeah.
So congratulations, Chris. You can stop the recording. If anyone wants to share some personal information or some personal feedback or something about the program, now is the time.
Others probably want to speak up, but I'm amazed, Justina and the students.